we should be here. Daijobu.
Yeah.
I don't.
Watashi ga kita!
Yeah, I don't know enough Japanese to get that far.
It's kind of funny because he says watashi ga kita,
Yeah.
which I mean actually makes perfect sense, but I think that's a little funny idiosyncrasy of Japanese language because ga is like it's wa, but it sounds funny because it's putting emphasis on a word.
Yeah.
Because he's not really saying because I'm here, he's saying because I am here.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't do that with your intonation, but rather with a word, which is crazy.
Japanese and Chinese-based languages intrigue me.
11037.
Why?
What could it mean?
Listen here, bub. Welcome back, everyone, to Danganronpa. Last time we had a little bit of a mess up at the industry. Not really a mess up. It wasn't really like we did anything wrong. It was more so we think that my internet connection kind of pooped out in like the last 10 minutes of stream. So there was a little bit that it seems got lost into the ether. So just for a little recap of what happened, Makoto was like, oh man, I'm starting to feel worse. I think I might be sick. And then he fell asleep into like a feverish dream state in his bed, in his room, after...
in all of his clothes.
Yeah, in all of his clothes. He was that dog tired and felt that bad that he couldn't get out of his clothes. And during this feverish dream state, he heard his own voice saying, I understand it now. Not actually, but... I understand it now. No, he was saying, I get it. I have to stay here. That's the reason I'm here, is to stay here. I think he said for hope. And then he was like, what does that mean? And he woke up, supposedly, and then saw that guy that binked him over the head with a pipe with the weird mask, the weird, like, Monokuma-esque mask on his face. But he was standing there with a knife instead this time. And then he was like, oh, what's happening? And then like he quote unquote woke up again, maybe, or he was having feverish delusions, or he wasn't, because then suddenly Kyoko was there instead of that guy. And then I actually don't remember what happened after that. Did Kyoko just leave?
Yeah, I can't remember either. I think it was like, it might have been kind of vague because he was having his fevery state, so I think he kind of just like went back to bed.
Yeah. So that was everything that happened. It was honestly not super coherent, but I think it was because it wasn't supposed to be super coherent. It was supposed to be like your Makoto experiencing a feverish state. So we'll just get right back into it. But other than that, everything else that happened last episode was,
new floor.
Yeah, new floor, because Sakura is no longer with us, so new floor. Also seems to be the last floor, because there's no more staircases that go up. There was a room that seemed to be the scene of a heinous murder/crime that was filled with gore, and we talked about it, and all the people were like, oh, maybe that's what the tragedy was, right?
Yeah, because Monokuma was like, I just found it this way and left it like that.
Yep. So all the students were like, maybe that's where the tragedy was, and then that explains why Hope's Peak shut down, is because a bunch of students died. And there was also a little bit more, like we did a little bit of investigating with Kyoko into, what's their name? Mukuro Ikusaba?
Yeah.
That individual, trying to figure out what's going on with them.
People don't trust Kyoko because she doesn't know what her thing is.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot that was last episode. Yeah, she perhaps, if we trust her, she said she doesn't have any memories. She don't got any memories. She has amnesia. And everyone was like, well, that seems kind of suspect, especially since you waited this long to bring it up. But Byakuya was a little Byakuya about it, and he was like, okay, give me your room key. You can't go to your room if you're not gonna tell us about yourself for real. And she was just like, okay, and did it.
Yeah.
So either Kyoko's playing the super long game, or she has amnesia and doesn't know anything to tell. And is just trying to be like, see, I'm going to cooperate so that we can be in good graces. So that's the situation with Kyoko right now, is now Kyoko is kind of the one who is under the sights of suspicion, after having not been for so long, even though she's probably the person we know the least about. But that does also bring up the questions of, is memory loss what the quote-unquote what the mastermind did to Kyoko's body? Was that it? Did he somehow give her memory loss? If that's the case, did he give the rest of them memory loss, or did he do something else to the rest of them? Because it was kind of implied that it wasn't just Kyoko who was meddled with, but actually not even implied at this point, right? It was outright said that the mastermind did something to everyone. Am I remembering that correctly?
Really, it was just Kyoko being like, "What did you do to our bodies?"
Mm-hmm.
And then Monokuma was like, I don't know, man.
Okay, so then heavily implied then. It was heavily implied that the mastermind has done something to everyone, and in tandem with the pictures that we've been finding, it's leading me to believe that the tampering was like memory tampering, and they've forgotten stuff that has gone on in the past, in which perhaps they all knew each other before the events that have transpired here in the Despair Hope's Peak, because there seems to have perhaps maybe been another Hope's Peak where they all had a nice regular school life, perhaps. But
and where did Hero's Burger go?
Where did Hero's Burger go? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Burger that you're talking about.
It's the thumbnail. Remember he told us how he got a burger from a store and then it like got sucked up into space?
That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just really liked that CG.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those things where if somebody tried to figure out the story of Danganronpa purely from our thumbnails, it'd be really funny. Yeah, it'd be
I was about to say, I thought the last episode was the hero chicken stealing headcanon.
Yes, that was peak.
4 chickens. That's right, 3 chickens.
Oh,
Anyway.
Also, can I have the screen?
Oh yeah, I even reminded myself to do that when we first came in here and didn't. I was thinking to myself, like internally, don't forget to give him the stream this time so that he can see the game. But I did.
That's when it happens the most. I need to hear the music. I like it.
So without further ado, that's the recap done. Let's get right back into it.
Yeah.
It took longer than usual for me to open my eyes. I let out a deep sigh to bring myself up the rest of the way. The chills, the aches, the unfathomable lethargy, they had all disappeared in the night.
Impressive.
Broke. All that was left was me, drenched in sweat. I have to sneeze.
Did you catch a bug? I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess he could have.
Oh, okay.
I almost feel like it might be more like stress-induced.
It wasn't just because of whatever bug I'd caught either. It was also, I think it was the plant. The evil plant.
It could have been. It could have been.
Put a spore in him that made him sick.
Monokuspore.
The dream I'd had. What the hell was that? I mean, was it even really a dream?
Oh, look. Are they going to recap it? Oh.
I was desperate to recall it. This is going to be the one thing he can't make a flashback of in his mind.
Yeah.
I scrambled to grab onto fragments of the dream and reel them up from the depths of my memory. That's right. Oh no, he's going to get it. I remember last night. This is actually what Makoto's the ultimate of. He's the ultimate of flashbacks.
He's the ultimate recaller.
Yeah, the ultimate recaller, yeah. I came down with a fever and couldn't quite get to sleep.
We didn't even need to do a recap. He's just going to do it for us.
And I heard a voice I didn't really understand. And then... all of a sudden I was awake. Yeah, there he is. And there was a strange person standing next to my bed wearing a mask.
Monokuma
Luchador. A knife. Yeah. I want to say I fought them off, but I don't actually remember. I felt like my mind had been detached from my body, burning up with fever. I was somewhere far away, watching my body move on its own, and because of that, I don't remember what really happened. But still, I feel like I resisted them desperately, feverishly.
Well,
After that, things go black again. The next thing I remember, Kyoko was there. But what would she have been doing in my room? What a strange dream. No. Was it really a dream? How can I possibly find out either way? Well, you could ask Kyoko. You could...
that'll be weird.
Hey, is the
What if
knife
she's
in the
like,
drawer?
you're being weird?
I opened the desk drawer and... I knew that's what it wanted me to check. Huh? It's empty. There's nothing inside. School days. Wait, nothing inside? That's strange. Because it definitely wasn't before. I'm positive I put the knife I got from Toko in there. Wait, that means...
Nice boat.
It was real! The knife they told me to keep safe! I knew it. I just had a feeling. It wasn't a dream after all. But if that's true, this all makes even less sense. Why would someone have wanted to attack me? And who was behind the mask? And why was Kyoko... What the hell is going on? Well, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out on my own. I should head to the dining hall. Then I can talk to everyone else about it.
Yeah. True.
All right. Another day, another dollar.
Mm-hmm. Me when I'm fork knife.
What?
Well, that's the sign for the dining hall. It doesn't say like dining
Hey,
hall. It
Makoto.
just says fork knife.
Oh,
Ah, Makoto. Yup, that's Makoto. Sure as the sky's blue.
Whoa.
hey, Hina.
All right.
Oh, I guess we're, all right. Where's everyone else, Hina?
You really had me worried, you know? What happened to you last night?
Oh, no. Oh, no, he had a fugue state and did stuff that he's not aware of. Worried?
Yeah, right after nighttime hit, we all went to get you. We were hammering away at your doorbell, but you never answered. We thought maybe you'd been, you know. I mean, not that that actually happened. I mean, nobody here would want to, you know. So anyway, what were you doing?
I didn't feel good, so I went right to bed. I had no idea you guys even showed up. But why did you come to get me? Did something happen?
Well, lots of stuff, actually. I'm not sure I can really explain.
Okay.
Let's go meet up with everyone else, then they can tell you about it.
So, is everyone waiting somewhere else or something?
That's right.
Oh yeah, we all stayed up the whole night.
The whole night?
I lost at rock, paper, scissors, so I had to come get breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
So you got here just in time. Come on, help me carry it.
Okay, sure.
Everyone's in the gym. Hurry up, I'll meet you there.
Gym? Why is everyone in the gym? And the entire night?
Man. Well, thankfully they're on the first floor, because I was thinking taking up a bunch of breakfast food for people up all those stairs would be a pain.
Would suck, yeah.
Yeah. Gymnasium. What's the etymology for gymnasium, I wonder?
The zeum on the end makes me think something Latin.
Yeah. Oh, that's weird. So the origin of the word is Greek gumnos, which means naked,
Huh! That makes sense.
and then it became gumnazine, which is exercise naked.
That makes sense because of what we know about, like, the original Olympics and all that. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's really funny. Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I hung out with real life people recently, and and out of frustration in a voice, I started speaking exactly like Hiro, and they were like, "Why do you sound like that?" And I was trying to make them understand why I have like embodied Hiro, and they didn't get it.
Didn't get it?
So no, they didn't get
I
it.
didn't get it.
For serious. Okay.
We're serious.
This is worse than being late for your wedding, the birth of your son, and your own funeral all at once.
What?
Jeez, to show up now like it's no big deal. You made us stay up all night while you slept like a baby in your bed?
I was sick. Just like Hina said, everyone was there, besides Kyoko. And then I noticed they'd formed a circle around something. Is it gonna be what we saw at the beginning of this chapter? As soon as I saw what that something was, what the? Before I could catch myself, I'd cried out. Oh no! Okay, wow. That is kind of crazy, actually. Spread out in front of them were the remains of Monokuma.
What are you doing there,
Wait,
Toko?
Monokuma?
What does it look like? We're dismantling it to see what makes it tick.
Dismantling? But I mean, that's Monokuma you're messing with, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's not even phased.
Did he like slip and fall or something? What happened? Because we can't.
Yeah.
We can't break him. So what happened? What?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what Toko's looking at. She's kind of staring into the undercarriage, but anyway.
She's looking for
Relax. There's no danger.
You say that, but what is this? What are you guys doing? Dang. I don't know why
Nah,
that's so
dude.
amusing to me.
Despair, not even once.
Seriously, what are you thinking? How can you say tearing apart something like that isn't dangerous?
Hey, come on.
Well, I guess I'll handle this. I'll explain what's going on, Makoto. 'Cause that's how much I like you.
I have gotten 2 of your abilities.
Byakuya found this little fella laying around, then we tore it apart.
Oh, that simple, huh? That doesn't explain anything.
What?
Just before we went to bed last night, I came to the gym to try and talk to Monokuma. I wanted to see if he had any new information about Kyoko's disappearance.
Oh, that's right. Monokuma was also looking for Kyoko, so like everyone's like, we don't know where Kyoko is.
Yeah, he was mad at her. And I found him here, just like normal. However, when I found him, he was no more than a regular toy. He didn't react, didn't say a word.
More credence to Kyoko's theory that there are intervals in which the mastermind is predisposed. You're saying he wasn't moving at all?
I waited there until nighttime officially began, but still Monokuma laid there motionless. I gathered everyone up as quickly as possible so they could take a look. Even then, he still didn't make a move. So I immediately initiated the disassembly process. It was Master's stroke of genius. A chance to find out what made Monokuma tick. One thing we discovered is that he's quite a sophisticated machine. It's leagues beyond any normal remote control toy. Who has enough free time to invest in something like that anyway?
But besides that, what I'm wondering is, why did he stop moving all of the sudden?
I thought maybe he'd malfunctioned, but we didn't find any cause as we were taking him apart.
So if he didn't break down,
So, in other words,
Then maybe something happened to his puppeteer, the mastermind. Something unexpected. I can't imagine any other possibility.
something unexpected?
They were probably so scared of Master, they ran away into terror.
Could it be?
Or maybe they got sick or something.
Yeah, totally.
Hina, what are you implying?
But Monokuma made his announcement this morning, right? Who was that, if not the mastermind? Well, I mean, that could just be a recording, Makoto. That could...
A what?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sure that's a recording. It's set to a timer and plays as necessary.
That's true. He says the exact same thing every day, right?
Hey,
Hey guys, I don't think now's a good time for light conversation.
you know?
I just found something. What is it?
It's clearly a bomb. It's...
Huh?
It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure.
What?
A bomb!
That's super bad. We need to get rid of it.
Roger that.
The hit movie, Superbad.
It appears the bomb has a motion sensor. Any sudden movements, it's sure to go off.
What?
Motion sensor? For serious? I'm starting to get all shaky.
Just a second.
Hey, get it together. You're a man, aren't you?
I'm fine. I'm totally fine.
You're so not fine. You're all
Oh, I probably should have mentioned. The motion sensor is off right now. Jeez, don't scare me like
It
that.
explodes.
God, you're like the world's most spineless worm of the century.
Don't be mean.
Hey, come on! The century's just getting started. Don't call the race already.
Dang. No defense of himself, just there
No.
could be someone worse.
Yeah. Oh. Whatever. Just hurry up and put the bomb down. Hanging onto it's not gonna do anyone any good. Oh yeah, good call.
Well?
Okay, it's down. Everything's all good.
I really feel like we should not put it down right next to us, guys. Hiro put the bomb down. That wasn't my main concern at this point. My eyes were glued to Monokuma's remains. He just stopped moving all of a sudden. Was it really because something had happened to the mastermind that they weren't expecting? But what could that have been? When I thought about it, I couldn't help but think back to the night before. Being attacked by that masked figure.
Just a second.
Hey, Makoto?
Huh?
Hey.
Don't us. Did you hear a thing we just said?
Huh?
So that's a no. What are you, some kind of brain-dead farm animal?
Sorry.
We were saying, since we're done dismantling Monokuma, what should we do now?
And we've decided to continue our offensive assault.
It's all clear now.
To try and uncover the mastermind's true identity, we're going to break into the headmaster's room.
Funny thing about that, guys. Really?
Naturally.
Since the mastermind appears to have stopped all activity, now's our chance. Wouldn't you agree?
But if the mastermind comes back while we're in there...
What?
If you're scared, you're welcome to stay here by yourself.
What the heck?
We'll go live in the chicken coop with all the other chickens. You can be chicken number 2.
Yeah, yeah.
Such ignorance.
This is a battle, a fight to the death between us and the mastermind. We don't have time to deliberate.
Everyone just took a chicken for themselves, and so the numbers just go down to 0.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have to kill each other or anyone else. that we have a chance now.
Come on.
So, what are you going to do? Are you going run away? Are you going to run away, or are you going to fight?
Remember what Kyoko said, Makoto. Gotta at least try, man. If you worry about it forever, you'll never get anything done. You're right. I'll go with you.
It's all clear now.
Okay then. We're going to break into the headmaster's room. Everything comes down to this moment. Anything can happen, so prepare yourselves. I'll follow you anywhere, Master, to all the ends of the earth.
Sakura, if you can hear me, lend me your strength.
How about that?
I can do this. I'm a man, and I can do this. I've got the will of the entire universe on my side.
We each found determination in our own ways. And when we were ready, we left the gym. Our target was the headmaster's room on the 4th floor of the school. You guys like afraid or something? Was it?
Well, I mean, what was it before that happened last time where they were like, Makoto, you gotta do it. You're the one that
Yeah.
needs to do it. Oh, the knife, holding the knife.
Yep.
They need you to do the one that actually breaking the door.
Sakura's gonna be watching over us, so we're definitely gonna find something to help us bring this to an end.
Naturally, Master's the one to show such bravery. Just make sure you don't get in his way.
Thanks.
We finally reached the climax. So let's hurry up and finish it before the mastermind catches us all.
Let's go.
This is where we expose every last detail of the mastermind. Is everyone ready?
Alright. So the door should just be like openable, right? Because it... Oh, no, okay. Well, I suppose they could have fixed it.
It's locked, as expected.
So... What are you gonna do?
What?
Isn't it obvious? We're going to tear this door off its hinges.
Wait, but the rules say...
We've seen that the mastermind isn't watching us. Those don't matter anymore.
But
But like Makoto said, if the mastermind did show up while we were in there,
So, in other words,
then we'll just have to finish our business before that can happen.
hey,
Okay, sure, but
what?
we've come this far. We can't back down now. We agreed this is what we have to do, so we have to do it. So beautiful.
I mean,
Serious.
What the heck?
We don't have any choice. We're desperate.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's rip this door down.
actually,
Mr. Gorbachev! Okay, but how are we gonna do that? This thing looks pretty sturdy. Then we'll need something sturdy of our own.
Looks at
Makoto.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, what about that one thing? The pickaxe! The thing in the tool shed. I
oh, so
am
Good idea.
Steve.
Oh yeah, the pickaxe! First we mine, then we craft! Interesting. That could very well be exactly what we need. Now then. Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now.
It's all clear now.
Okay. Go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
Dang.
That's straight up unreasonable! Hi, by myself?
Naturally.
Surely you like to have your me time once in a while, right? Well, if it's me and you time, Master, then yeah.
What?
You know how much time it took you to say that? 10 seconds.
Dang.
Take too long, and I'll erase your existence from my consciousness.
Yeah.
Unacceptable!
With that, Toko ran off, loud as a herd of rabid elephants.
Hey,
For serious, though, are we just gonna knock this door down? No problem is solved by running away. Find your stones and be a man.
He's right. You can't move forward by always avoiding danger.
If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward.
We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice.
Hey,
Am I wrong?
Even if it's dangerous, we have to overcome the challenges in front of us.
Maybe, but I'm still super stressed. I'm so tense I can hardly talk. I'm all flubbus. No. I'm totally flapstaff. What happened? That's us!
what?
Ghost! Where'd that come from? Wait, Genocide Jill, where'd you come from?
You called for me and so I appeared.
Hello. It's the wonderfulest murderous fiend, here to greet you with a razor-sharp smile.
Come on.
What about the pickaxe? Where is it? I was supposed to pick an axe? No, you seeping imbecile. The pickaxe. Seeping imbecile? Oh, master, you wound me with your executive level barbs. Here comes the bloody nose.
Bourgeois.
That's right.
Seriously, though, did you really forget the pickaxe?
They don't.
We've
share
been over
memories.
this.
They don't
Yeah.
share memories, guys.
Give it a rest.
Omega-3 fatty acids, that's what you need. Great for the old memory factory.
I think we already established that their memory doesn't carry over when they switch.
Not possible.
This is a level of uselessness I find difficult to tolerate.
Yes, yes.
Ah, the light bulb just went on.
There's got to be a reason that we're doing this back and forth right now. What is happening? What time differential is necessary right now? While we're
What?
wasting time here for something else to be going on.
What do you mean? Oh. That's why I went to the garden, right? I was supposed to get the pickaxe! Alright, we've solved one mystery. That means there's just one more mystery left.
One more mystery.
Have you
Yep,
reached that?
now we just need to figure out the identity of Object X.
Battler?
So,
Now what are you talking about?
Did you already forget what we were talking about? You're like missing out on life.
you gotta be kidding.
I'm not missing out on life. In fact, I found one in the garden.
What? What did you find?
Corpus.
Corpse.
You SOB!
Did you hear me? I said corpse.
A corpse?
Yep.
That's right. I found a corpse in the garden.
You found a corpse? In the garden?
What did you say?
Well then, before we enter the headmaster's room, it appears we have something else to look into. Guys, be smart. If two more of you don't go see it, you can just keep
Yeah,
going.
no, if two more of you don't go see it, no body has been discovered by the rule.
Yeah. Unless Genocide Joe counts as two people. I don't know how that
That would
works.
be crazy. Mastermind, I accounted for that, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as we entered the garden, I saw it. I didn't want to, but... There it is. That's what I thought was going to happen when we saw Monokuma. Painted nails. Interesting. Bright red nails. I saw someone laying on the ground with a mask covering their face. And there was a knife buried in their stomach up to the hilt.
Fun Danganronpa fact.
Yeah?
What?
What?
Are they really dead?
For sure, but who is it?
Take off the mask.
Actual fun Danganronpa fact. Did you know in the like demo that they released for the original Danganronpa, the first victim was Hiro, not Sayaka?
Huh. Did not know that. No.
Yeah, there's a whole image of him in like when we saw Sayaka dead in our bathroom. It's Hiro instead.
Wow.
That would have been very different.
Just to make things clear. Last night, I was attacked by someone wearing a mask. And whoever that was, now they're... I don't know why. But now they're laying dead in front of me. Well, if it's not Kyoko, that leaves us very few options as to who it could be, considering who's with us right now.
Indeed. I told you, there's a corpse hanging out here.
No way!
Are they really dead? Is this really a dead body?
I feel like you guys should know at this point.
What?
You need to begin looking around right away. However, be ever so careful. There's no telling what you might find.
Why do I have to look around? No, okay. Well, first things first. We need to find out who this actually is. But there's no way to tell with the mask covering their face like that. And the white coat they're wearing makes it impossible to tell anything about the body itself. Well, it doesn't actually look like they're wearing it. It looks more like it's draped over them because their hand's not coming out of the sleeve. The victim is a total mystery. But one thing I do know... They do in fact look... They have the same mask, and perhaps same coat as that person. Is that whoever this is, they attacked me last night in my room. But why? How did they wind up dead in here?
Their heart isn't beating. They're not breathing. All signs of life have come to a complete stop. Thanks to the knife that's been driven into their stomach, their clothes are stained a bright red. It appears the bleeding has stopped, but the blood that's there is still wet. Be careful you don't touch it and get some on you.
I wonder... Did
What?
Makoto kill them?
Did he? How can you be so calm at a time like this? Who is it? Their face and body are all hidden, so I don't have a clue.
I'm pretty sure it's a girl at least.
Don't mind my my cracking open a cold one, sorry.
Oh, how can you tell? Yeah, I might. No, I'm not gonna. I was thinking about Kowakin. I was thinking about Kowakin, man.
Well, I think I see the outline of her chest and the general shape of just the general shape of the body.
Guys, you can take off the mask. You can... Like, we don't have to do this Ushiromiya stuff of being like, the police will come tomorrow, guys. We can't interfere with them. No, we're stuck in here. There is, like, clearly the police are not going to be showing up. We can mess with the scene of the crime so long as we're not being egregious to find out information.
Yeah, the more I look, the more I'm sure it's a girl.
Really? And could it be?
Okay then. Let's just tear the mask clean off.
Come on.
Wait, don't.
But by the time he called out, it was already too late. Toko's hand shot out towards the mask, and in the next instant... Oh! La Mao.
Look at that.
What? What a bait and switch.
May I say how funny it is that this is the second time we've seen Toko like
lying.
bite it. Yeah.
Specifically as Genocide Jill, too.
Yeah, she cannot catch a break, man.
The body blew up. It blew up, 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 it blew up!
Now you're getting Umineko pilled.
My vision started to darken. I prepared to pass out. Is this gonna be like a doubly Monokuma situation where like the person was also a robot as well? And they had a bomb in them? Or was it just a person that had a bomb in them? But then,
Come on.
Hurry up, put out the fire.
as my consciousness attempted to float away, that voice reached up and pulled it back down to earth. Someone pressed something into my hands. It was a bucket of water. Release!
Oh gosh. Come on, dump the water on it.
Okay. The upper half of the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed the water as hard as I could. Sploosh.
Sploosh indeed.
I see wires. A little bit of wires, right? Although I guess that could just be from bomb. But, dang. They became mud. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. It died down, leaving behind only the unpleasant smell of burning. Well? I guess that took care of it.
But what the hell, man?
It exploded?
What did you say?
I had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would explode. And now the body...
Are we gonna check on Toko, guys?
She's alright.
What?
It's burnt to a crisp! That's beyond well done, man!
Thanks, hero.
Don't compare it to a steak! I'll never be able to eat steak again.
And now that the body's charred, I really have no idea. How are we gonna find out who it was?
Also, no body discovery announcement, but I guess like the mastermind's MIA right now anyway, huh?
Yeah.
Who isn't here right now?
Kyoko. Huh?
What?
If we consider who's not here, that will quickly narrow down who it must be.
There's only one person missing.
It's... Kyoko.
Kyoko! Well, from the little bit of hair that seems to not be singed, doesn't look like Kyoko. Then, that dead body... And also, to go along with Hina's line of thinking, chest isn't big enough either.
Dang!
Is Kyoko? No, that can't be right.
Calm down. I didn't say it was Kyoko. But, I mean, who else?
Who's the person who hasn't been active right now? Who hasn't been doing stuff to stop us?
Makoto!
Sayaka.
True! There is one other person.
In other words,
The mastermind.
What?
The mastermind?!
What the heck?
Oh, do you think that Kyoko... Well, I shan't. Come on, there's no way! The mastermind got charbroiled? Get serious! I agree. Normally the idea wouldn't be worth considering. But I have reason to believe it may be true. The mastermind being dead would explain that other matter, wouldn't it? Monokuma can hardly move around if its master is dead, right? But that corpse is a girl, right? It doesn't make any sense! I mean, remember what Alter Ego said?
So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s.
Well, I mean, Alter Ego didn't say that it had to be the mastermind.
It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
What the heck?
He said the mastermind is some middle-aged dude, right? Which the corpse obviously isn't.
Makoto, we do have insider information that might also be helpful right now as well. It might be necessary. It might be necessary.
He
to
was
reveal it.
sick. He was sick,
No,
man.
I'm talking about even before that, just between Kyoko and Makoto, with them being like, oh, there's actually an entirely other student who is a girl.
No, man, he's sick. He doesn't know that anymore. He forgot it.
Then, could that mean the mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is it the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? Oh, he's just saying it out in the open. Okay. This is Makoto, this isn't blue. This isn't in your head, buddy. This is the ultimate despair? Huh?
Huh?
Mukuroi Kusaba, the 16th student at Hope's Peak.
I love when they play this beat. What are you talking about?
The other day, Kyoko confided in me. She said there was a 16th student here in the school.
What?
I think you'd better tell us everything you know.
Well, all Kyoko told me was... Is it gonna do it again?
Yay!
Mukuro
Yep.
Kusaba,
Yay! Fifth time!
lying hidden
Is it
somewhere
really
in
the
this
fifth
school.
time?
Yes!
Oh my god.
The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
It sounded like Kyoko thinks Mukuro Kusaba is the mastermind. I was really scared it was about to do it again for a second.
No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that.
What?
I don't have any proof yet, but I have no doubt I'm right.
I see.
There's another student here, and it's a female. That would match the body's characteristics.
So,
And that phrase, the ultimate despair, it sounds super mastermindy, doesn't it?
Could it be?
Okay, so the mastermind is this girl Mukuro, and she's a student here, and she's the ultimate despair.
That is everything we just went over, yes.
But if she's been hiding here in the school like some teenage Bigfoot, how'd she wind up burnt to a crisp?
Is our last thing gonna be figuring out how the mastermind died, bro?
What the heck?
None of this makes any sense! To just suddenly show up and then die? I think we'd better take a closer look at the body. There may be some clues to help us figure out exactly who it is. Also, Toko has not returned, by the way.
Yeah, no, it would be crazy if right now we got a body has been discovered.
Yeah.
Hey, wait!
What?
Aren't we forgetting something?
Thank you, Hina.
You know, Toko?
What? What?
Oh yeah! She got totally blown up, huh?
Bro.
Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her.
Dang. Oh, there she is. She got put in her, in that state again. She got...
She's in the in-between.
Yep.
Oh, she survived.
Oh. She survived. Huh? What just happened, Master?
Stop talking.
You declared for the whole world to hear that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen. Oh, then I don't mind breathing in the carbon dioxide you exhale. That's enough for me to live.
What the heck?
This is the strangest back and forth I've ever seen.
All right. Still crazy. Out of everything
Yeah.
that happened, the body exploding is not what I expected.
Hey man. It's Secret Mechanism X.
Oh, how do you feel about this, Hina?
Even the explosion was done perfectly, though. I gotta hand it to whoever did it.
How do you know what a perfect explosion looks like?
She's had extensive research into Ted Kaczynski.
Oh,
Is it wrong to admire that kind of skill?
See?
slowly tucks Industrial Revolution and its consequences behind back.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about it, chickens? I have to check the body before anything else. Dang it. It's actually because there's no chickens there anymore.
There's no more chickens, yeah. I saw something out of the corner of my eye, just for a second. It's a corpse, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. I forgot that you were Jill the whole time. You don't know what happened.
Well, I guess so.
You can guess. Which is it? Is it a dead body or not?
It's a dead body.
I hate this. I hate it. I'm not gonna look at it. I don't want to faint again.
Yeah, we don't want that either. So I think it's best if you don't look.
Everyone is dying. Why? Why is this happening?
On the bright side, Toko, this one's probably not one of our friends. Probably. It could still be Kyoko. We're not 100% certain yet, but...
It could have been a friend.
It
Mastermind just got Master Landmine.
Shut up, hero.
Pretty good, right? That one's going in the joke book of my soul.
Oh, that's it. Okay. How do I need to... You're like perfectly aligned in front of Byakuya for me to not be able to get him. Okay.
I had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would explode. Regardless, I can't help but wonder who it was. Things are growing more interesting by the minute.
Alright, well. Knife. Oh my god, okay. I should take a close look at the body one more time.
So,
Watch yourself, Makoto. She may be dead, but she's still a girl.
What? We need to figure out what happened, Hina. I
also think that the bomb probably took care of anything delicate.
Don't worry. I don't plan on touching the body all that much. I'm not Kyoko, after all. Oh, nice little...
You're in there.
Yeah. Hold on. There's something on the ground there. There's something next to the body. It's a key? Is this what Kyoko took from Monokuma? Is it what Kyoko took from Monokuma? But what did you steal?
So, I stole this.
A key?
Yeah.
But looking at it, I could tell it wasn't just any key. It was shaped like Monokuma. It was probably the only key of its kind on Earth.
Yeah, that's the same one.
That's right, the key she stole was shaped like Monokuma. This isn't anything like that.
Oh.
Then this key is... looks like a...
What?
a USB or something.
What is it? Did you find something?
Yeah, this was on the ground near the body.
I've never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to?
Something in the data center, maybe? It looks data-y. So even you don't know, then?
Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task.
Huh?
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought were locked.
You mean...
So, in other words,
The biolab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor.
there's dorm rooms on the second floor?
It's in your hands.
So, I'm your errand boy now? Makoto, that's the most important job, honestly, right now, is you're going in, you're going into the unknown. Oh, it's just throwing me out. I don't even get to, okay. No more investigating. All right, well, now we get to go look at all the stuff that we haven't been able to. Maybe.
Also, yeah, the dorm rooms on the second floor, if you remember, do you remember where the storeroom is in the dorms? If you remember, there were stairs there.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I shift tabbed. That's right.
Huh?
Actually,
Yeah.
let me just. I want to do that first. Then that's the most intriguing to me.
They've never been unlocked, but they've always been there.
Yeah,
See?
there they are. Yep. That's true. I completely forgot about these just because they've never been like brought up because they've. Yeah, there's a little key thing. This gate is blocking access to a set of stairs that leads up to the second floor. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to insert the key I'd found into the garden into the keyhole. No good. It won't go in. Dang it! I guess this isn't what the key goes to. Kyoko, I need your mono key.
Monokima.
Dorms. Monokima. Alright, well. We've got other things.
Next
to look
one.
at. Yep. What's next up? The bio.
I was gonna say it could be Biolab, or it could be Data Center, or Headmasters.
Raw.
Raw.
Raw! Biolab was definitely locked before. It doesn't look like it has a key. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to insert the key I'd found in the garden into the keyhole, this key isn't even close to fitting, which means the key doesn't go to this room. Alright? I'm feeling like it's the data center from what it looks like.
You don't know that.
I didn't want to judge based on appearances initially, but now
Yeah.
I'm feeling more and more certain. The door to the data center was definitely locked before. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to insert the key I found in the garden into the keyhole. Click. It fits! Then this is the key to the data center. I'd managed to unlock the data center! I guess all that running around paid off. I have to go tell everyone else. I immediately headed back to the garden.
So you're back. How'd it go?
I found out which room the key goes to. It's the data center, down on the 4th floor.
And we can get into the data center now?
I see.
Interesting. But why did the now deceased have that key on them? I suppose we'll just have to go to the data center and find out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Here we are.
Oh, it's me. Looks like the door is still unlocked.
Hey, so when you open that door, there's not gonna be another huge kaboom like before, right?
Toko, you're up. You're asking that question now? Don't worry, we have Makoto.
If you just put my name backwards and rearrange it in an anagram and take off the ma. What?
In other words,
It's in your hands.
Again?
It means I trust you.
That's an absolute lie. I'm just being used. Alright. I reached out and put my hand on the door. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind. With a silent prayer, I slowly opened the door. But did you gently open the door?
Nope, different one.
Nothing happened. After making sure I was still alive, I slowly opened my eyes. Whoa. The mono door. In a word, the room was strange. I mean, all the rooms up till now were strange, but this room had a special kind of strangeness. It wasn't a surface fear like the rest of the school. Here, the fear was lurking beneath the surface. The room was filled with that kind of dread.
What?
Hey, that's...
Hiro extended a trembling hand and pointed. Look at all those monitors on the wall. Look what they're showing. Each monitor displayed a different section of the school. The dorms, the classrooms, every part of the school was covered. This is...
what?
It's the direct feed from every single surveillance camera. All the cameras in the school feed back into this room. And they're displayed here on these monitors.
So that's it.
So the sole purpose of this room is to watch us. To watch us!
Then this room is...
It's all clear now.
The Mastermind's private room, without a doubt.
the Mastermind's room. I guess that makes sense. So the Mastermind was here, watching us.
Then I think this settles it. The body in the garden. If they had the key to this room, it can only mean one thing. That was the body of Mukuro Ikusaba, and she was the mastermind.
We didn't even get to meet her?
Then the Mastermind is dead? Like, really, really dead?
It would seem so.
What?
For serious? It's too bad they had to go and die before Master could kill them himself.
The Mastermind is dead? Could that really be true? Does that mean it's all over?
That seems too simple.
Because I mean, that body... Whatever happened, they obviously didn't die a natural death. So who was that? Or who was it that?
But
But if the mastermind really is dead, that means we can finally get out of this hellhole.
how about that?
We gotta hurry up and find the exit. Come on!
That's enough.
No, we have to check this area thoroughly first. Huh? But what about the exit? If the mastermind truly is dead, we can leave whenever we decide to. But right now, we need to find out why the mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
And I'm bothered by the fact that the mastermind was obviously murdered.
What?
Murdered?!
Makoto, maybe we should talk to them about what happened last night.
So you think so too, huh?
Naturally.
Well, he said it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. The state of the corpse makes it plain as day. There's absolutely no doubt. Are we sure it wasn't an accident? They slipped and fell?
Have we considered the numbers theory?
True. The mastermind was murdered.
But
Why has it gotta be that way? I mean, who could have even done it?
Such ignorance.
That's exactly why I said we need to investigate the purpose and identity of the mastermind.
I'm telling you!
Now do you understand, you useless insect? You're banned from talking to Master ever again.
The Mastermind's purpose, and why they were killed. This room may very well hold the answers to those questions. After all, the Mastermind must have spent who knows how much time in here.
Okay then, let us begin our search. It's time to uncover the identity of the mastermind.
I don't know if it was recently that it happened or if it's been going on the whole time and I just now noticed it, but it does seem like you're just a little loud now.
What?
Just a little bit.
I can fix that. That should be better, probably.
That's a little bit better, but now I almost feel like you're on the more quiet side.
Okay, I'll go right in the middle. How's that?
That's good. Here,
Okay.
1 second. Don't freak out.
Because I was at 100, and then I went down to 90, and now I'm back to 95.
Okay. Okay.
It must have been the mastermind that did
It
this.
must have been the mastermind. How could they do this?
The mastermind infected my microphone.
There's a bunch of computers all lined up. They look like high-performance PCs. Nothing like the ancient laptop Alter Ego was installed on.
They're all on, but they seem to be locked.
So what? We can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force your way in.
What century are you from?
The mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network. And alter ego.
You may well be right about that.
What?
But there's no point in thinking about it now.
You're right.
Why was the mastermind murdered? To figure that out, we need to find out the identity and purpose of the mastermind. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Nice try, Byakuya.
Jeez, I can't believe how many monitors there are. My eyes are flickering as fast as they are.
I mean, I want to know why they were killed as much as the next guy. But I also really want to get out of here.
What's your problem?
Hurry up and find something for Master.
Can't Master find something for himself?
He's above that.
There's a really ridiculous number of monitors here. And the mastermind's been using them all to spy on us.
As long as I have this.
Huh?
Look at my master go. It's like a feast for the eyes. How much is a monthly membership? She would be in severe trouble in the modern day.
Yep. No matter where, I mean, I feel like the fact that there's one in here is a little bit more unique than not, but okay, we can just have the regular dialogue we have for all of them. There's nothing showing up on this one.
Huh? Hey, look, next to that TV. Isn't that a TV antenna?
How about that?
It is! It's just like the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas.
Wait, so if we hook up to that antenna, we could watch TV?
Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well, well, Saturday morning heat is here.
Are you talking about me?
Okay.
Anyway, if we can watch TV, let's do it! Come on, come on, come on!
You know?
Ah, you're all starved for info from the outside world, huh? Alright, let me work my magic and you'll be quantum leaping your way to TV land before you know it.
I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about? Okay.
Yeah?
Door. This door's kind of creepy. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. What could be inside? Okay, do we know where Kyoko is with the Monokuma key? With the... No luck.
This door's locked, huh? What if you use that key that opened this room?
Let's give it a try, just in case. Nope, no good. It won't even fit in the keyhole.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us.
We should probably still stay on our toes, just in case. Yeah, I guess you're right. I can't stop thinking about that door with Monokuma's picture on it. But worrying about it isn't gonna do me any good. Hina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
You know?
Oh! Oh!
What's wrong?
Good news for all you Saturday morning kiddies out there. I think I got the TV working.
Really?
Now all we gotta do is switch it on!
What?
Then do it. Friggin' idiot mastermind. All you guys need to cut free from your regrets of the outside world.
What the heck?
And they were sitting here watching TV the whole time. They really thought they could get away with it.
Huh? This is... It's the feed coming from the surveillance camera monitoring this room, isn't it?
What the heck?
Huh. That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
That's really weird. You're weird. Weird in every way possible. And not just weird. Super weird.
Where did that come from, Toko? What?
She hates
What?
him, man. But this TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So how's it showing the camera feed?
Well,
Did you try changing the channel?
Oh, good idea. Let's give that a try.
Hero went through each channel one by one. But on every channel, it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center.
What the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be...
No, there must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick?
Actually,
I'm not sure, but...
Scooby-Doo a bit.
I love it, though. Huh?
What?
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 Yeah! Been a while, you freaking bastards!
Monokuma?
How? You're supposed to be dead. Yeah! Me dead? Don't be freaking stupid!
What?
Hey, you're acting kind of strange. Something seems different.
Of course.
Of course I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Not even. It's been like half a day at most.
How are you alive again?
Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see the moment you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead, all for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? You're the ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, that's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
God.
Well now.
And that's that.
Shing!
Well, it's almost time to cut off your past so full of hope and begin to despair at the future ahead of you. I want you to all have way more fun in this killing game.
You can't be serious. We have to keep going?
Let me out of
No!
here!
We were supposed to get out of here! Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out of here. And besides,
Yep.
this life isn't all bad, you know. I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in despair?
No.
Ah!
Alternate timeline where everyone's so obsessed with not showing Monokuma despair that they all just pretend to be really happy all the time.
Yes. Woo! I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now.
The point?
Hey,
You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed. That TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret of some kind.
What the heck?
I connected the antenna, so why is it just showing us the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushing secret and tell you about it. That TV is absolutely, without a doubt, displaying the signal coming in on the antenna.
That's what I thought it was gonna be.
Huh? But what does that mean?
Squid Games, you know.
What the heck?
It's displaying the signal, but it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
Ugh, you're so stupid. Don't you get it? Fine, I'll just tell you.
Thrills, chills.
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV.
What?
Extreme.
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV.
Sorry, one more time. My hearing's been really bad since the explosion. No, it
This...
doesn't matter how many times he says it. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I'd understand the deeper meaning.
What? Broadcast live? To the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this?
That's...
It can't be. Have they taken over the airwaves somehow?
Oh, no!
The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible!
Phew.
That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in your crisis management system, you know that? All you need is one weird trick that I found, and hijacking the airwaves is easy mode.
Are you being serious right now?
Of course.
I heard a kind of creaking, but the sound was coming from my own mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, you really are losing it, huh? You're right. Like a boat tossing in the ocean. My mind had begun to creak and groan.
Why is this the part that...
I don't know.
Okay, whatever.
I don't know.
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, all those tantalizing tidbits about the schools and mysteries. Even me luring you here right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all for my captive audience, to show them true despair like they'd never seen it before. I became the director of a despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show, the best in despair entertainment.
What are you saying?
You're lying! If this was on TV, the police and everyone else would be going crazy!
Yeah, there's no way they wouldn't have tried to come and rescue us.
Actually,
What if they already did?
Huh?
yes indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure, some people might yell at their TV to try and warn you, but who would actually come here to help? Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally, though, so whatever.
This can't be.
But to take control of all communications like that, you'd need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So, how could things have come this far? Well... That's a secret! There's something you all need to do first, remember?
What?
Of course.
Yeah, duh! There's a little business of...
Oh, there it goes.
It was all a ploy.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Huh?
Class trial? Do you mean...
You get the gist.
It's the Monokuma file.
I'll leave the next Monokuma file right here. Everyone, give it all you've got, okay?
Heart-pounding excitement.
Okay, things are gonna get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for a heck of a ride.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
And then he was gone. Reality was incomprehensible, the truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. I couldn't think. It took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright.
I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment? And how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here.
And plus, what did he say about a class trial?
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that at this point, we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko.
What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Mukuro Ikusaba was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills that condition. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means that the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusaba, isn't dead.
Why?
So naturally, that body can't belong to her. So it must be Kyoko. There's no other possibility.
Okay. Man's not thinking with red. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered? No. It's not possible. Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Quiet.
Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself.
Well, that is a fair point. Myself?
Anyway, we'd better begin.
But if we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer...
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life.
Oh.
Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Could have been Ikusaba. Ikusaba.
Huh? But you just said...
If that is Kyoko.
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There's a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That is how this game works, after all.
Alright. What is this back BGM? What?
Funky investigation.
Well, we better start by checking out the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. Oh, how convenient. They were, however, dead before the blast. Okay, well that is good to know. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body. Could it really be Kyoko? Or... I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. No matter what, I have to find out what happened, or we're all dead. I need to go back to the scene of the crime. Back to the garden. Monokuma file number 5 has been added to the truth vault section of your handbook.
The cowbell beat they had there for a second was killing me.
Yeah? Okay, I need to use the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna do that.
Okay, I'll count chickens. Oh, alright guys. We're up. I wonder. What's the deal? Oh, I don't know. Ah. Oh well. If you've already played through this before, of course, no spoilers since Levi has not played it. but we're getting into some heat. I wonder what he's gonna come to for all this. I gotta come up with a good question for the day, though. I gotta think about what I'm gonna ask. I'll ask this. What was or is your favorite subject in school? How's that? How's that for a little question this time around? Post in the chat or in the comments if you're watching the VOD after the fact. I will say my favorite was probably English or literature arts or whatever you want to call it. Reading. I liked making essays and stuff. That was pretty easy and fun. Yeah. I don't think that would make me an ultimate like writer though, or anything by that means, or ultimate reader. That's a funny idea.
I return.
We have the. Oh, welcome back.
What are you talking about?
I don't even know what that would like entail. I was talking about the question for the day is what was your favorite subject in school, or is your favorite subject in school?
Despair.
Yeah, I should have said that. I should have said that for real. I'll be thinking. Yeah, my favorite subject was Hero.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Time to get started. I need to check anywhere that might be important from one end to the other. I just need to do what I always do.
Check the plant.
Knife. There's a knife laying on the ground. Is this... It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. That's a tough knife. The force of the explosion must have thrown it over here.
Thank goodness it didn't, like, just fly into someone else.
Yeah. The Monokuma file said the knife went all the way through the body from front to back. Does that mean this knife is what caused the fatal injury? Either way, this knife... It looks really familiar. Wait, is this... That's it! It's the knife that person was holding!
Freaky.
This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Thanks for showing us again immediately. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same masked attacker we found here. Doesn't quite look as it... Well, I mean, I guess they could have been wearing gloves, because I was about to say, they didn't have any, nail polish on their fingers in that CG where they were attacking you, and this person does. So, maybe this masked person got stabbed because... Yeah, I don't know if that's them wearing gloves or not, but they got nothing on their fingies. When they attacked, I was in a kind of trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife. And maybe then I... And if this really is Kyoko, it would mean Kyoko is the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No, it can't be. There's no way. It's one piece of evidence, Makoto. Calm down. Knife at the crime scene has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay, what about this thing? These... They're like fragments of something. It looks similar to the bomb that we found. They're all burnt,
Weird.
so I can't really be sure, but I feel like I've seen something like it before. But where? Wait, was it there? I'll have to double check that later. Fragments near the dead body have been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Or the dead body itself. If I check the body more thoroughly, maybe then I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. Does it have 6 toes on each foot?
That's called a pterodactyl.
Huh? There's something weird about the body's fingernails. Okay, I didn't know if it was actually going to get brought up or not. Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. They seem like they get in the way of normal activity. Fake nails has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. There's also something on the back of her right hand. Is this a tattoo? It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like it's a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like it before. Tattoo on the right hand has been added to the drill plate section of your handbook. Okay. Right up here, the cloth. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion, so it's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is wet.
I know who did it.
That's because it got set on fire and I threw water on it. Since I only threw water on the part that was on fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, there's nothing strange about the top half being wet. There isn't, right? Exploded body analysis has been added to the truth world section of your handbook. The bottom half. The lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water on it. Which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. There's nothing strange about that, right? There in fact is. This means that they could not have been in here before 7:30 this morning because that's when the sprinklers go off, right?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
So they would have had to have been killed between 7:30 and when we found them, which was just after 9, because we made a point to bring that up for some ridiculous reason while we were having our conversation downstairs before we found the body. So it had to have been between 7:30 and 9 when they died. Or at least when the body got here. Not necessarily when they died, but when the body got here.
I wonder.
So, okay, is that everything? No, there's a middle. The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt up. There's only one little piece left. Oh, that's it. Okay. Anything else I can't? Nope, I can't move around to look. Oops, hard. Yep. Okay, what else do I have in here? Plants.
The large one.
The Monokuma flower, huh? Is it true? Is it really paper, plastic, and people? Anyway, I don't think it's related to the case, so I think I'll just stay away. The chickens.
Yes.
I remember there were some chickens in the chicken coop. There's a chicken! Us talking about the chickens actually helped!
It made it
Because
real.
it helped me remember how many chickens there really were! I count 4 chickens. Huh? 4?
Yo,
Why is a chicken missing?
What's going on, Makoto?
Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here?
Of course, there were precisely 5.
Okay. Yeah, right? Huh?
What's wrong?
There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short.
Ah!
Why are you so freaked out by that, hero? That's so weird. I wonder when it disappeared.
but
This can't be happening. I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens then.
what?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
Okay, he's doing his weird, like, the numbers, what do they mean, clairvoyant stuff.
Conspiracy!
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain unfinished.
I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. How is the chicken thing gonna play into this, bro? Why did one of the chickens disappear?
I don't know,
Could it
man.
be related to the case? I'm assuming it's gonna play into it somehow, because otherwise it wouldn't have, like, happened. Chicken coop chickens has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's look at the thermostat. Does anyone touch the thermostat? This is the panel that controls the sprinklers. They're set to turn on at 7:30 every morning, and Monokuma said the time positively couldn't be changed. Huh? Hold on. So the sprinklers turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? Then, if the body was here before then the sprinklers should have gotten it wet. I'm surprised you put that together, Makoto. Usually it takes you until the trial to get stuff like that.
Yeah, seriously.
Which would mean the murder must have taken place. Oh my goodness, I just accidentally knocked my... I turned on auto somehow. Wait, how did I... Okay, space. I accidentally donked my keyboard and it turned on auto. The sprinklers has been added to the truthful section of your head. Okay. I suppose talking to people is really the only thing left.
Good timing, Makoto. I wanted to talk to you.
Nah.
Lamau. It's 11 o'clock right now.
That took us 2 hours? Well, I suppose we did go down to the... Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, sure. Right. Okay. And?
For serious.
Oh, well, I was just thinking about when we first found the body.
When the body was found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning to help me remember when that was. Monokuma's announcement woke me up at 7 o'clock, as usual, and I headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got there, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym where everyone else was waiting. Next, Toko went to get the pickaxe, and that's when she found the body. What time was it then?
Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now.
That's right! It had to have been right around 9 o'clock.
You know?
Ah, now that you mention it, I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure that the body was found at 9 a.m. Okay, my job's done.
Dang. That's a pretty small job. And also, you did like half of it. You d- When the body was found has been added to the truthful section of your handbook. Alright.
So who does that body belong to?
It's you, Toko. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Ah!
Like,
Whoever it is, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to faint anymore.
you recognize the bodies in the water, Toko.
Listen, Makoto. Do you remember how the body looked, you know, before it blew up?
If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a knife sticking out of the stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood. And apparently, the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the body was still wet. Byakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood there was on the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it. Okay, so it probably was moved here then.
Okay.
The dolly.
Wow, thanks. That was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked.
Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember it a lot better, too. So, thank you, too. Body before the explosion has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Alright, I guess we can talk to you now. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words,
I'd like to hear your alibi.
Alibi?
in other words,
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were after nighttime began last night.
Well, I was sick, so I was asleep all night. But why are you asking about that now? And what's nighttime got to do with it?
naturally.
Isn't it obvious? This murder took place after nighttime.
Makoto, you need to tell them what happened, bro. How can you know that for sure?
Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma.
And also, Hiro did say he was here right before nighttime as well, and there was nothing here, so...
Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was no body here.
In other words,
So the murder could only have taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden.
Unless it wasn't in the garden where the murder took place.
However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night.
What?
Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's rooms to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma.
Not true. Actually, you tried to get Makoto first, but he wouldn't answer, so then you went to the gym.
Does that make you feel better? As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis,
Or me and Kyoko.
That's right.
and if the victim really is Kyoko,
Then I'm the only one without an alibi.
also, when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well.
What?
But you never came to the door. So, where precisely were you?
Alright. We were having a lover's quarrel. No,
I'm telling the truth. I was in my room, but I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so...
That's hardly an alibi.
I know.
So, what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here.
I'm the only one without an alibi. That's... really bad, isn't it?
Yabakunai?
Byakuya's account has been added to the Doodle Executive Handbook. Okay, so what else do we got then? I suppose I can go to the shed. Just to be sure, I should take a look at the tool shed. Is there anything out of place in the shed? The room's dusty
Nope.
and disorganized. In other words, a pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably look into that. It could be related to the case.
Nah.
The top is wet and covered with mud and grime, but the underside, it's totally clean and completely dry. One side of the tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. Tarp has been added to the truthful section of your handbook. That's the one thing in here that concerns me. Well, let's take a look at everything else just in case. There's a lawnmower here. I don't think it has anything to do with the mystery corpse.
Monocoin farming?
I'm looking again just in case, you never know. These flower pots have nothing to do with the case. Well, the pickaxe. There's something carved in the handle of his pickaxe. Crazy diamond. It's the same thing that was
I
written on
got
the
it.
Mondo's coat.
Mondo
It's
did
connected
it.
to Mondo somehow.
I figured it
It's
out.
definitely intriguing, but now's not the time to worry about it. These tools have nothing to do with the case. I really hope there aren't any clues hidden in the fertilizer. Alright, that should be it. I think I've checked everything I need to in this area, but I'm not done yet. There are other areas I need to check. Specifically that fragment I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions. And I still need to find out more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? If that's true... Was that also Kyoko who attacked me last night? If I can find out more about her, maybe I can answer that question. Kyoko was never the kind of person to talk about herself all that much. Maybe if I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. But the key to her room, Byakuya has it.
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your options. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
What?
Limit my options.
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room.
I don't have a choice. I'll have to see if he'll let me borrow her room key.
that's the wrong person. Alright.
Hey, Byakuya?
If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it. Later, at the class trial.
Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it.
I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect, after all.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story.
Then, will you go with me?
Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not.
Come back later, huh? Okay. And in the meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Maybe I should go check out that one area. Why can't you just say gymnasium? Why can't...
That place I need to be. There it is, the cowbell.
Oh, I hear it! True!
It goes crazy, listen, man.
The bomb's gone.
What do you mean?
We set the bomb down right here.
Yeah.
Bomb's missing.
What?
Byakuya? Where's the bomb? Actually, it
Put
should be
it
here.
right there.
Yeah, it should be here. Here?
Yeah.
Where's the bomb?
I put it right there on the floor.
So go get the bomb.
Right, I'll get it. I see the problem.
Oh, do you? Monokuma laying dismantled on the... Monokuma's laying dismantled on the floor, but... I figured it wouldn't be here. Also, this should clue you in to something, Makoto. There's more... There's multiple Monokumas around.
That doesn't matter. Nah.
I figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
I just found something. What is it?
It's... Huh?
It's what? A bomb. There's one installed in every Monokuma robot, I'm sure.
What?
Bomb!
And that bomb went missing. There's no doubt about that. Fragments I found in the garden. Fragments near the dead body have been updated in this report section of your handbook. Okay, I've checked everything else I can think of. All that's left now is Kyoko's room. I should head back to the garden and ask Byakuya. Alright. Byakuya, are you up for it now? You think you can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
You wanted to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well, let's go.
Wait for me! Byakuya walked off without a second glance, and I hurried after him on our way out of the dorms.
Yay! Well then, here we go.
Byakuya took out the key and slid it into the keyhole. And then,
And it's open.
looks like it. Thanks. Alright. First on the right. Yeah, that tracks. I was about to say, I wonder if her room's gonna even have anything in it at all. So, this is Kyoko's room. 6. Or 9, maybe. There's something on the table. It's a woodblock decoration.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve?
I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public... the lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use them for their lockers. So that would mean the really traditional lockers in the dojo / archery?
I wouldn't know. I've never gone to a public bathhouse.
That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks.
Really? What?
Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to.
The dojo? Woodblock key has been added to the truth bullet section of your inventory. Alright, let's do another round. Let's see.
Pillow. Sayaka.
Here's her bed. I don't see anything interesting here. At least, not as far as the case is concerned.
What if the case isn't concerned? What do you say?
No matter when, no matter where, surveillance camera following no mono coins. This one will monitor my cool views on actually no so use no matter what. Here's the bathroom. She might have certain articles hanging out to dry. I better not look inside. Bro, that's not important right now. That's
What?
You wanted to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for?
nothing in particular. I just thought we might find some kind of clue here. A clue that might help us understand Kyoko.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here?
Sorry.
Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely we have something more concrete. Something to give us some sort of direction here.
More concrete. Oh, I know! Earlier, Kyoko gave me something. Huh? What's this?
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Only open it if something ever happens to me.
I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Found it!
What's in the envelope?
Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something has certainly happened, so open it.
Okay. I opened the envelope and looked inside. That was quicker than I thought we were gonna get it. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets.
What?
That's all that was in there?
That's a huge hint, Byakuya! What do you mean? Yeah, it looks like it. Under the sheets. What could it be? Okay, we're back to...
Weird.
I shan't say.
I don't get it.
But, could something be hidden under the bed sheets? Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets... What's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class number 78 student registry. Mukuro Ikusaba.
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusaba's profile.
Yeah, looks like it. That's probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room along with the key.
God, you're so annoying! Fine, I'll tell you, it was a key and... bleep. That's it.
Paper. This must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind.
I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search.
Okay. I made an effort to pull myself together, then looked down at the profile sheet. Name, Mukuro Ikusaba. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over the Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she'd received battle training of her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. Mukuro's profile has been added to the Truth Bolt section of your handbook. The Ultimate Soldier. A mercenary group. This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in, it's like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other is sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That's how I saw things as just an ordinary person. But then...
I see.
I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this.
Huh? You recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. But they do have their uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering.
This is all part of a world totally removed from the one I live in.
I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir is already...
Found it!
Whoa! I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero!
God, it's you!
What?
What have you got in your pretty little hand there?
What?
Uh-oh! You found her profile?
So what if we did?
Hey!
Don't freak out on me! I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either, even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ogami, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know.
I feel like they're more known for being carnivores rather than herbivores, so it really isn't weird that you would say you would eat.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am! A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course!
Absolutely! I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting?
Interesting.
It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hallway back when, there were 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all.
Misunderstanding? Are you saying...
in other words...
That's right! There weren't actually 15 of you.
Yes, indeed!
The total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16!
16? Then... Makoto, you've known this. Oh my god!
6!
Oh my god! We're gonna get to
6.
16 of these!
The 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for
Who?
her.
What?
The 16th student. Mukuro Kusaba, he's answering your question. She's part of this school life. So the one making all the regulations is...
Why?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because... Like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. And since we've got so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know?
Yes, indeed.
Make sense?
Not really.
Well, now.
Okay, that's all you get for now.
Dang.
Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get, so I have an extra bonus for you.
Revenge?
I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Kirigiri, so I'm gonna share a little secret with ya.
Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in, day out all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but... she wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars that she doesn't want anyone to see.
Which means the body's probably not Kyoko because there weren't scars on those hands. What?
Okay, now that's all you get.
Monokuma's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook, and it had a tattoo on it, not a scar. Kyoko wears those gloves to cover up a bunch of scars? Wait, so on the back of her hand... the tattoo... Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's why Kyoko wears those gloves, to hide the scars. Which means... those fake nails on the corpse.
Are you thinking about Kyoko again?
Huh?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap.
His... trap?
Such ignorance.
God must have really hated you to make you so dull. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us?
Okay, that's fair though, Byakuya. You're real for that. He said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here.
That's right.
Obviously, Monokuma was trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules to the game. But why would he tell us that? And why now?
He said he wanted to make things clear so there wouldn't be any complaints later.
But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of a 16th student. He needs to make our investigation fair.
Mukuro is related to the case?
It's certainly possible.
Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko.
What?
That would explain why we would have to have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing game.
Mukuro is the killer. She killed Kyoko.
Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began.
What?
But, based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit.
Huh? What makes you say that?
We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us?
That's a good point.
So, in other words,
Mukuro giving us information that would raise questions about her would be bold, to say the least. It makes more sense, then, to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit.
So that's the trap. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion.
That's what makes sense to me.
The way you say it, it definitely does seem possible. But if that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is?
Well then, I believe our work here is finished.
Back to the funky music?
The cowbell song.
Yeah.
Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. Nope.
I should find out if that key and the dojo really are connected.
Let's go.
Well, are you coming?
Alright. Oh, dang, just straight there, okay.
Mm-hmm.
6.
There are wooden lockers here. They use woodblock keys just like those at the super traditional public bathhouses. It looks like the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go to one of these lockers.
I see.
Makoto, do you see the locker farthest to the right?
Very strange.
That's the only one that doesn't have a key in it at the moment. You understand what that means, right?
I should probably use the key we found on that locker, right?
That's right.
Well, just try it.
Okay. I took out the woodblock key and inserted it into the locker's metal lock and... flick. The locker eagerly accepted the key and it opened.
Eagerly accepted is crazy.
There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total.
They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are.
You can tell that just at a glance, huh, Byakuya?
I have all of my things at home made out of it. Of course, without a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks.
Strong sticks.
Was that your...
This has been added to the true quote section of your hand. What?
That was like his... That was his, sleeper agent phrase.
Strong sticks. Strong. Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a wadded up ball of duct tape. And it looks like it's got blood on it.
I wonder what this was used for. Is that a bloodstain?
I see.
If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case.
This duct tape is related to the case somehow? But how could it possibly be involved?
Bloody duct tape has been added to the true quote section of your handbook.
I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Is something wrong?
Very strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps...
Byakuya?
Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location.
Huh? What next location?
What?
There's still something we need to look into. We need to do more research on Fenrir.
Fenrir? You mean the mercenary group that Mukuro was part of? But how are we supposed to find out about that? The library, perhaps?
Isn't it obvious? Where in this school would you go to do research on something?
Research? Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to.
Let's go.
We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's hurry.
That noise made me think of those memes of like the concrete block
Yeah.
turning.
Oh, that's me. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here.
Byakuya seemed to know the archive like the back of his hand and went straight for the shelf in the back.
Ah, here we go.
He quickly returned with a file in hand.
Just talk to him.
I
Got it.
see.
Take a look at this.
I have no idea what this says. What language is this?
How did you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French?
That symbol's curious, huh?
What about it?
I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French.
Well, whatever. I'll read it for you, but I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over.
Starts reading it in French.
100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme?
Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they'd acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it?
That all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality.
Well, it isn't. This is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting.
Exciting definitely isn't the word I would use.
So, did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir.
Now that you mention it, the report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right?
That's right. It said Fenrir is the Wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Dang, that's crazy.
Weird. That's probably not going to be relevant, though.
What? They got a tattoo? Of Fenrir? Could that mean... Makoto Kasaba's profile has been updated in the truthful section of your handbook. Ding dong bing bong.
It's about that time.
Time is utterly silent,
A new
and yet
one.
it constantly assaults us organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that.
It would be crazy if he does not end this with, like, it's time for the trial, and he just, like, wanted to say some philosophical thing over the airwaves, and that's it.
Anyway, it's
Dang
time to
it.
begin the
Nope.
trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Yeah. Then the time has come.
All we can do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial.
That's right.
It would seem that way. Let's go.
All right.
You ready?
I don't know if I am ready.
Whoa, Byakuya and Makoto showed up together!
Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word.
We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to go off together? Just the two of you?
What? Are you jealous?
Hey,
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second.
Any second. He could show up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. But... we stood there for 5 full minutes, waiting for something weird to happen. And then, 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Is it because the full class isn't here?
could it be?
Maybe he died again.
What should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or...
Or what?
What?
Jesus! No! Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait.
Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive.
Oh.
We can't start till everyone's here, now can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. But I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now.
I think I know who it is, but I'm not entirely sure, so...
I don't know, man.
If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey,
Yep.
I'm here, and no rule's been broken. Kyoko! Kyoko? You're still alive?
No! That's a ghost! Stop talking. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong?
You're so selfish. So spoiled! You're right. There's no penalty officially. But I bet you'll be sorry later.
shing!
No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts onto the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of you.
When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko!
So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Thank God. I'm so glad you're okay.
Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us.
Huh?
He's right! Now we've got to deal with a ghost! I told you, stop talking!
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial.
Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator.
Master, wait for me! Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long.
But...
I'll be happy when this trial is all over.
One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So...
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms.
I was right! That is where the key went! The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered.
Then... when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down, just in time to hear the class trial announcement. It took some time to go over the crime scene first. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I?
So that's why you were late.
However...
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting.
But... if you were on the second floor of the dorms... then... that's what the key you found goes to?
Wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school.
What? Kyoko's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto,
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
it would seem...
Because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator,
Let's see it. The empty elevator.
and the door slid shut. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning.
I wonder what the theme's gonna be this time.
Dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
Neon.
I can't wait!
Yeah. I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this.
It's been 2 streams.
The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed.
Thrills, chills,
Let's get on with the show! Like that?
And so, the curtain opened for the 5th time.
Deadly, deadly, deadly.
A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial.
Awesome.
I would like to save the data. Yes, please.
Ready for this one,
Alright.
buddy?
I've got Crystal
There it is.
Prediction, and that should be the only new one, right? Yep.
Yeah. And it's really good.
Decreases an argument to 3 statements or less, effective during the non-stop debate and bullet time battle. It costs 5, so I gotta get rid of something if I want it.
Yeah.
Focus gauge recovers more quickly. That's pretty okay. Increases damage to the opponent when a statement is destroyed. What was that one for? This was also for bullet time battle, right? Yeah, so
It does work in that.
Yeah, so that would be probably better to have for that than this. Because
It could be.
reduces it to just 3 statements.
Yeah.
So I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Alright. See how
Ding,
long this
ding,
one will
ding,
take.
ding.
Hopefully it's not as long as the Sakura trial.
Let's
'cause that
begin
one
with
was
No.
a
so
basic
long.
explanation of
I
the
don't
class
think it'll
trial.
be too long.
So,
I will tell you
your
there's actually
votes will
2
determine
endings
the
and I would like us to
results.
do both.
Oh, okay.
If
I'll have you
can
do the
figure
bad
out
one first,
who
because
done it,
when you get the
then
wrong
only
ending,
they will
it just
receive
ports you back to the
punishment.
decision
But
after you get the
if
wrong
pick
ending.
the
Oh, okay.
wrong one,
So,
then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened and the one that deceived every.
Yeah, we know how
Okay,
it works.
what?
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
okay.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko.
Celeste.
There's no other
Bro.
explanation.
Thanks, hero.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead
Oh,
body.
no. I don't know if she's gonna be happy about this, Makoto.
Her traits?
Yeah.
One important trait that Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her. Her gloves. Her piercing glare. Her face.
I got it!
The 4th option.
I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And
were in the
would
room.
you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is
Oh
just
my
trying to
God.
fool us all.
There's no way that the corpse was Kyoko. If I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to...
Here we go. I'm excited to see this because I don't think I ever had this skill when I played.
Make
So
your
the three statements is crazy.
Tattoo on the right, exploded body analysis, fake nails.
Now it's getting a little tough.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
Why are we having this
This entire
argument?
discussion is idiotic.
Yup. Okay. I know that body isn't Kyoko's, and I know I can prove it.
That
Exploded body
Kyoko
analysis.
there is just a ghost.
Fake nails. Tattoo on the right.
Impossible.
Yeah, Okay, I need to
Okay,
look over what...
then prove it.
what my
Prove
oranges
she's not
are
a
again.
ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing
Wasn't wearing
gloves.
gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Be that?
Because that corpse
Dang
is
it.
absolutely Kyoko.
Because the nails would
This
make it so
entire
that you couldn't
discussion
put
is
gloves on?
idiotic.
Maybe.
Okay, let's try that.
That
Kyoko. Impossible. Okay. The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
they got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must.
Yep.
No, it's wrong.
Hero's voice going from its normal cadence
Yeah.
to the high pitch and then back down was crazy.
It's really
no
funny
way
that they
the corpse
decided
was
to do
wearing
the it
gloves.
goes high pitch and low pitch if you speed it up
Yeah.
and slow it down.
Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Okay, Hero.
If anyone
Okay,
doesn't know
hero.
women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real
Oh my
victim?
god, I want to
First,
strangle
we need
you
to
right
figure
now,
that
hero.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Okay.
This one shouldn't be too hard.
Sleepers, tattoo on the right. It's probably going to be tattoo on the right hand.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
You.
Gotta be some
Wake
way
up.
to
Yeah.
Wake up.
I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
That's true.
And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file.
There is something we can go
Well, if we can't identify the
We
body...
can. I got an achievement. Destroy 100 white noise lines across all class trials. The color of television is the name of the achievement.
Wow.
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real?
No, I was kidding.
You'll die a cruel and unusual...
I wasn't kidding. I wasn't.
An unusual death. This I got.
I wasn't kidding.
You have seen many of those.
Yes.
Hero.
Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog?
Emu.
Kitty.
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Dang. the stutter on it too. It's crazy. No.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
Oh.
That's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh, shoot.
If you compare the
Kudos.
tattoo to other information we have, the victim's identity should become clear. Where is it? What's it on?
Oh.
Shouldn't it be under Mukuro Ikusaba's account or profile? Probably, because that's what was updated with the information about Fenrir, I believe. Maybe. I think so. Yes. Take a look at it.
Oh gosh, that really got me.
Yeah,
that was.
It was good. It was real fun. 10 years later, apparently, member of Fenrir gets a tattoo. Okay, yep.
I got it! The
Yeah,
Fenrir
kudos to the voice
Mercenary
actors.
Corps.
That was wild.
That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is, what are you going to give me? What are you going to give me right now? Oh no, I thought it was going to be the 3 choices. Dang it. I thought
No.
it was going to give me something funny.
Young
Dang.
man's Hambit.
Where's my picture? There it is.
Oh,
Oh,
they're spinning. It's spinning.
oh. Get out of there.
Wall. Walliv.
Now I understand.
Dog.
All right, Hero, be like, you're saying nonsense words, Makoto.
Yeah.
What's a
The
Wallif?
representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology.
What?
A huge world.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, you're an author, so it would, like, sure, I can make that connection.
He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
And I'm going to refrain from continuing my statement.
Man.
All right, probably a
After
good
all
idea.
this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf.
Sorry, without any context of what they're talking about, just a wolf tattoo, then that means exactly the body had a wolf tattoo.
Yes.
Which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
Not necessarily, we just made that blind assumption with no evidence.
You sound surprised.
Oh,
but
okay.
you're absolutely right.
Never mind, I guess we assumed right.
Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of
Oh no,
Mukuro
okay.
Ikusaba.
Okay, he's confirming the victim, not that they were the mastermind.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
They were just another stoop.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Okay, but that doesn't
You know
mean
what,
she
Hina?
had
You're
to be.
right. You're right, Hina. I think we send it.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, it was Mukuro. Mukuro did it, and Kyoko was the victim. Yep.
Maybe we
Pack
shouldn't
it
have
up,
been
boys.
thinking about
This
case
one's
is
solved.
in the first place.
All of them strapped in the execution chamber. What?
What?
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier.
So why did
If I
Kyoko
remember
tell me the
correctly,
ultimate despair?
that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
Quit doing that.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And
Or
who
she
was she?
intentionally said something
Who
wrong.
was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time, and when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
Careful with your logic, Byaka. You're kind of saying you're not important there.
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost.
This is like the most Monokuma's ever interjected into a trial.
Yeah.
Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as
He doesn't want us
possible.
deducing something.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name
We're
on
gonna
it.
have to do this every trial, guys, so we're gonna have to do the whole, we're gonna figure out who you are. And we're not gonna let anyone else die.
To completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Have we ruled out the suicide option again?
Wait, no. There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been
Yeah!
hiding
First game board maxing! First game board maxing!
Nope. There are only
Dang.
7 students in total that have been taking
Fourth
part
game
in these
board
events.
maxing. Fourth game.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this
I
time?
feel like it's gotta either be Kyoko or Makoto, and I don't know how they're gonna get out of this, man.
Get a hold
Crazy
of yourself.
question,
We've
Toko,
already
considering
narrowed
you're a
down the list of
murderer.
Possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Me.
Based on what we know, there can only be 2 suspects. Toko and Genocide Jack.
Wow, that's so real.
It's
though.
real!
That-
The 2 people! They count as 2!
I got it.
Me.
You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain.
Ooh.
Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
And we peed together.
The gym?
Yes, we held it.
That's right. The 4 of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom and
He mentioned it! I didn't know
all
if
of
he
which
would.
is to say, the 4 of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it! I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name. Hey, careful, bud, because
I have something
your
I'd like
your
to say
biggest
regarding
ally
the
is the
whole
other
alibi
person
thing.
who's on the chopping block.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try
Yeah,
and get a better idea
sprinkler,
of what
sprinkler
time the
time.
murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
I like how like they never got together to be like, yeah, we're just not worried about the nighttime rule anymore. They all just kind of collectively like agreed.
Yeah.
And they were like,
Everyone's
yeah,
like,
no,
who cares?
There's no reason really anymore.
Yeah.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was
Poor
between
Celeste.
then
Yeah.
and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? When she went to go get the pickaxe.
What time was the body discovered? 9 o'clock.
I got it!
Easy
The
peasy.
body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then. Toko, what time is it? Just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably none of that on. Okay, go get the pickups and be here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
Can
11
we?
hours.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit. So I don't have an alibi
Yeah,
after
stupid
10
heads.
o'clock.
I was in bed.
But I'm sure
I
I met
was
up with
snug
everyone
as a
else
bug in a
before
rug.
9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right?
Big Mac and Big Ben.
That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
But it couldn't have been in there. Whatever happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. Okay then, it looks like the game has begun. If I can't prove an alibi for that period, you can. You immediately can. Then I just have to prove that the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess technically that means you don't have an alibi still, yes, but to do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. I know exactly what needs to be done here. I just need to figure out the method through which it needs to be done.
Yes.
Sprinklers! I know it's sprinklers.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock. Who said 2 o'clock? 3 o'clock!
3 o'clock, it's just counting.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock
It is!
to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections,
Sprinklers
now
for
would be the
7:30
time.
maybe? That was not really refuting it. There's something that happens with the... Okay, yeah, no, that's... Thinking back before... Yeah. Yeah, no, okay. I feel like it's pointing
We've
to that.
established a time frame
For the murder. It took place somewhere between and 9 o'clock. Yep. And
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Okay, no. Do I need to grab something then, maybe? Come on, Makoto, that makes me feel... Yeah.
Shoot!
Think about it one more time. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere.
We've established a time
Okay.
frame for the murder.
Exploded body analysis.
It took
Fragments
place
from the dead
somewhere
body.
between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. And Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I do, I'm just not sure how I need to do it.
We've established a time frame for the murder.
Yup.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night
Yes.
and 9 o'clock in the morning.
O'clock in the morning.
Yep. And Makoto doesn't
an
have an
alibi
alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10
The only two
o'clock
things here are 10 o'clock and
to
7:30.
7:30.
Yep.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I'm not sure. There's something that happens in the garden, same time every morning. The two statements that I can shoot are 10 o'clock and 7:30. My 3 bullets are fragments near the dead body, sprinklers, and exploded body analysis. What works here?
You were pretty sure of it when you started up.
Do I need to grab... Well, yeah, I know what it is I need to tell them about how the dead body was dry on the part that I didn't throw a water bucket on, which means it couldn't have been there until after 7:30, because the sprinklers weren't on. That's what I know needs to occur. But I just am not sure how to get that to occur.
Well, you couldn't tell them about it on the 7:30 line.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps, okay.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10...
No, that's wrong! Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly.
You do?
The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
You weren't conscious.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet?
What?
How dare you spew such indecent words?
I didn't say anything like that.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
That's a whole different sentence.
By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
What is wrong with you?
Man, you're totally wacko.
Why are you
You
wet?
really think it wasn't the sprinkler? You'd better tell us why!
I think he plans on it, Toko. I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence. That should do it. If we look at the body itself, that should make it clear.
Battle time.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything!
Another woman saying I hate you
Hold
in this
on.
game.
Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No,
There it
no,
is.
no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no!
Every time it's
don't
making me
know
laugh.
anything.
I'm surprised she hasn't used her superpower yet.
Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you.
Wow, she didn't do it at all.
Right.
How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was
Makoto, just
completely
explain.
dry?
She wasn't awake, Makoto.
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move
They're
on.
not even gonna tell her? They're not even gonna tell her why that's not
The
okay.
reason only the top
Okay,
half
thank
was wet
you.
was because
I was really hoping it was gonna show the CG of her flying. and
while the body
exploding.
was still on fire,
Yeah, me too.
I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
Yeah,
So
you
if
stupid
the sprinklers
idiot.
didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only
Thanks,
one
buddy.
left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Say
Without
anything.
an alibi.
Please defend yourself.
Yeah. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No. I refuse to believe it. Well, Makoto's also forgetting the part where he definitely did get up and leave his room in between 10 and 7:30, but is just not telling anyone that because he's still convincing himself that it was all a dream, even though it clearly wasn't. Kyoko murdered someone? That's...
I'd just like to say one thing.
Okay.
If you vote for me and I
Hamburger.
die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever.
Oh,
Which
where are
is
you a
why-
politician now?
I can't let that happen.
Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me?
I feel like we've been blaming you a lot, actually.
Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Dang!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear.
I hate to
Kyoko's
agree
gotta
with
be the
him.
culprit.
I think he's got a point,
we should
man.
Just blindly believe everything Byakuya says, even when you know nothing else has been given out to see if there's evidence to the contrary.
I'm not
Wrap
the
it up,
only one
boys.
without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Oh,
Huh?
is she gonna bring up the incident?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the
Oh no,
murder
she's
happened when he
she's
said
on
it.
what I was on earlier of like it could have literally just been moved there.
What are you?
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm
Dryer.
listening.
All it would take is covering the body
Or
with
that,
a
too, you
certain
could just cover
something
it.
to keep it from getting wet.
No. With what? They don't have
A
those.
certain something at the scene was used to cover the body. Could it have been? What is it? The
Knife.
tart? The chicken coop chickens?
Oh.
Perhaps? No, it wouldn't have been the duct tape. It would have had to have been the tarp, right? It would have had.
It was the tarp.
I got it. You're
I was just
talking
thinking
about the
it's blood on
tarp,
duct tape.
aren't you?
Yeah.
You catch on
That'll
quick.
come in its own due time.
You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only
kinda
one
crazy.
side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water.
Makoto just offered this piece of evidence up against himself for her.
Yeah. He really is. He again. Byakuya said one time he was like, "Man, you really got it. You got the hots for her, huh?" And ever since then, it became true.
Oh man.
Abandoned Sayaka, gone. No longer favorite girl. Kyoko is my. I'm
Listen,
done.
I don't need
I'm
a
done.
secretary. I need a
The
girl
side that
boss.
faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place.
It probably.
In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Yeah. you
Why would
let her
Kyoko
get to
say
that.
that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said. Oh, here we go, okay.
Get in there.
Exploded body. Analysis fragment near the dead body.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
Yup.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
Yup.
But the underside of the tarp,
Yup.
it was totally spotless, right?
Yup.
It's because that side was protected from the water.
Yup.
Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
So, but it was touching the body, and there was blood on the body that wasn't dry yet, so it should have got dirty. Yeah. I remember the blood on the body hadn't dried yet. Byakuya even warned us not to touch it to avoid getting any blood on us. Okay, so then that would
By
be
covering the body with the tarp,
body
the
before
killer
the
prevented
explosion.
it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only
About to
dirty
find
on one
out.
side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the bottom, of course it didn't get dirty.
No.
Yay!
Ah.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
What are you, a blood expert,
Well,
Makoto?
maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if
Serious?
the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage?
What if,
No, it was pink.
after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get
The blood
something
packs.
like that?
In the nurse's office.
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hikumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time.
Okay.
The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
The chicken. No! No! No!
I knew it.
No! My poor
have to
boy.
do it.
My poor children.
I got it!
No!
Now there's only 3 of them.
What? Chicken blood?
When I
Blood.
checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
Impressive that they just held that position.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Yeah, well, hey, we don't know. They might.
That-
They might.
It's also, it was a dead human body
Get the
too.
blood
Like,
from the
I get
scene
it,
so
don't
they
kill the
wouldn't be
chicken, but
spotted
like,
walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense.
Okay.
You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally
No,
would?
I brought this up at the very beginning. And no one else
think
did.
so.
No, you're all blind. You're all.
Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Also, it looks like
Then
it's on
that
backwards.
settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later,
A lot of
at the
trouble to set
same
this
time
up,
the
huh?
killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body. The coat they'd already covered
it's a
in
whole
blood.
school of red herrings.
This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
Which then voids your alibi, Makoto.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe. But still,
Sounds like you're speaking from experience, Kyoko.
After you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, Did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show
Uh-oh.
up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
No, we were at the mono machine.
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I always go to it before we do investigations.
I must admit,
I got this
Kyoko's
cup ramen.
reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Dang, Byakuya kind of sounded disappointed.
Yeah, he likes you now.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. New truth bullet in the middle of the trial?
Yeah.
This guy's dead body has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one.
Yerp.
Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin.
No.
50-50 odds.
Yes.
Oh,
See? Pretty good idea,
Unless
right?
it's literally neither of them.
no, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
For
I hate
serious?
when you guys do this.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
Oh no.
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right?
Uh-oh.
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's
No, you
what I
hadn't.
thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Leon had it.
We have a knife, what are we gonna do with it? You forced it on Makoto. You.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
Uh-oh.
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah.
And because you didn't say anything, now you look suspicious, dingus!
Then why did you hide that fact?
Because he's stupid, Byakuya. Because...
It's
I
not
thought I
that
could get
hid
away
it.
with it.
It's just
I am trapped in the body of an ignoramus. I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. You literally, we went through this several times, and then the last time we talked about it, you were like, no, it definitely had to happen because the knife disappeared. What do you mean you still can't be sure? It happened, bro. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed.
Shut up, hero.
The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Make your argument.
Come on,
This guy's
buddy.
dead body explodes dead body now. There's fragments near the dead body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
That's true.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
Yup.
If he did
Thanks, Yuna.
have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Not right.
just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
It'd be funny if you could refute
getting
your own
stabbed
statement.
is what killed her, right? So there's no question.
Not necessarily.
You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto.
So with that, we already established that the coat was put on the body after the tarp was removed, which means that when the knife was thrust through the coat into the body,
The
which one of
knife
these
we
would that
found
be?
lodged
This
in the
guy's
dead
dead
body.
body. Probably,
It's the same one
probably
we
this guy's
gave
dead
to
body, right?
Makoto.
Exploded body analysis.
It really is, isn't it?
The other two relate to the bomb, and the bomb happened post-mortem.
Yeah.
If he did have that knife
So then it
before,
would be stab. Use this on
Just
stab.
because I
but
have
here it
that
says
automatic-
stab.
Well,
getting stabbed is what...
Well, good.
No,
Getting
it's
stabbed is what
I can't. It's really funny to
Guilty
me.
mechanic.
Wait,
It's
hold on.
You know, it reminds me of the I am Steve. I am Steve.
I am Steve.
That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, there's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see.
Monokuma file.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
One stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Dang, thanks.
Then the knife
was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterwards probably meant to be the same thing.
Poor Toko.
Yeah.
The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
Say what you will, she's quite durable.
It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So
Yeah.
they wanted
I
us
think
to
she would like
notice
to be
the
referred
stab
to as
wound
durable.
and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
Sorry.
If you bothered to put that lump of gray
I got
matter
scared.
between your ears to use,
True.
you know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion.
That's what I would have did.
It's the if you run at a wall really hard, there's like a non-0% chance that all the atoms don't hit each other and you just go through.
Yep.
The atoms just did that suddenly.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make
Oh,
any
okay, we're doing
headway
this
on
again. We're back to this. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her. You know what it is, Makoto. Go ahead. There's only one
Yeah, come on,
explanation I can
Makoto.
think of for the explosion. Bomb?
Chicken.
Chicken jockey.
No!
It's gotta be the fragments, right? Because they're fragments like a bomb. Should we know it? Yeah, bomb. Yeah. Okay.
I got it!
He's got it.
After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They
Really?
wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Quit.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
I like her. She's pretty. We can't get rid of her. We can't.
Leave the girl alone.
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
Fair enough, too, though. Yeah, no, we haven't gotten through everything yet.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Natural causes.
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate.
Do that thing Kyoko does, where she closes her eyes and makes a funny little face.
Yeah.
That's her concentrated face. Oh, I only get one. Okay.
Then, shall we
Is this gonna
continue
be
the
a grab?
debate?
I feel like this is going to be a grab
The
something.
victim's
Think it's gonna be a
fatal
grab?
injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up, and those other wounds on her body weren't fresh, which only leaves
The
Then,
dig
shall
to
we
the back of the
continue
head.
the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
So then do I grab...
Well, yeah. She was
She was hit
already
on the back of the
totally
head
dead
and
when
use
that
that on
happened.
fatal, but that wouldn't...
And it wasn't because
I don't
of
know
the
if that would
knife,
refute
right?
it, though. I'm going to try it, at least.
There's only one other
Say it's
thing.
worth a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember,
According to
hold
the
is the get
Yes,
it.
yes, hold left click. Hold
gotta
left
be
click.
There was evidence that showed she was hit on the
Okay.
back of her head.
Okay.
And more than
Didn't
that,
want to
The
repeat.
victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire
The
body.
victim is so.
The victim.
then shall we continue the debate?
Debate.
The victim's fatal injury has yet
Try
to
it.
be determined.
Okay!
Yeah. The victim.
The victim's blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
The amount of times
Yeah,
he's done
good
that in
point.
this trial.
He's honest at
Then we're
least,
safe in
man.
assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The
My hands.
Monokuma file says she
Chicken.
was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
Yes.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
Yeah, hero. That's what they did.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
Huh?
Is she flirting or threatening?
Huh?
No thanks.
Thought you
I
were a
bet you just
taken
hit me
woman,
with a metal
Kyoko.
end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
They're merging? The two personalities are merging?
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
What do you mean by that?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto.
Oh my god.
Surely you deduced the real murder weapon?
Have I?
Here you have. See, Kyoko agrees.
Real murder weapon. What do I have in here? The sprinklers.
Think about it. Something like a metal pipe.
Titanium arrows? I just didn't think that those were thick enough to do it, but
Well, they wouldn't be by themselves
if you hold them all together.
with some sort of strange adhesive.
Ah, I see. I was not thinking correctly about how the
I
duct
got
tape
it.
was being applied in this situation.
Mukuro was hit in the back of the
I thought
head
it was
with
wrapped
something.
around a wound,
And
and that's
that's
why
what
it was
killed
had
her.
blood on it.
And that something was the
Why would you
titanium
leave
arrow
the
we
duct
found in
tape?
the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Not a arrow, Mr. Squidward. The arrow.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Pretty
What?
Sure.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I'm gonna kill you!
That would be her response, usually. That would...
I don't blame Hina for doubting it, because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret.
It really wasn't
The
the secret.
other
It was right
thing.
there. It was...
Yeah.
Duct tape.
The titanium
Duct
arrow.
tape.
It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
That's probably true.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Dang! I didn't hit it.
Go back to Master.
It shrunk.
Yeah.
You have no right.
She got all left, apparently. It was just sort of, yeah, I know.
Titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
What was that? What?
Because it's the you are all left.
Oh, that's an oldie.
But it's a classic.
It is a classic. All left.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
I mean,
Well, I wouldn't say it's like another
yeah, I wouldn't say
weapon.
it's another weapon. I'd say it's like a combination. Like they put it together to make a singular
Yeah.
weapon.
It was kind of like a Dead Rising type situation.
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape.
Like you take a hockey stick and combine it with a
The killer
chainsaw to get an
probably
at-range
uses
chainsaw
duct tape to
spear.
bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks.
Why are you suddenly on your mythology today, Kyoko Toko?
One stick is weak, but put them together and they become strong.
As they say in The
It's meant
Simpsons,
to
we
teach
form a
cooperation.
mighty...
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh?
Harsh?
Were you even
Yeah.
listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder
He
weapon.
hates him.
Sometimes her crash outs on him are reasonable, but I feel like it's not the majority of the time.
As for who
I
the
wish she
culprit
would hit
is
you
that
with hit him with
stashed
just
the
like the,
weapon
I
in the
hate you
dojo
like she
locker,
did in the nonstop.
It was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Not true. Not...
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can
Nuh-uh.
you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
She and I were there together.
What's the matter?
Oh no, he actually is doing the, oh no, I like her.
Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know
That's
what will
aiding
happen
and
if you
abetting.
do, don't you? If you
Makoto.
cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I mean, you could just do it, Byakuya.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo?
Yeah.
It must be connected to that dojo locker.
It's the... Where is it? The block key.
Block.
I got it! The one thing
We're
that
almost
proves
there.
Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Well, now she seems like she's confused by that statement. Actually, wait, no, that, yeah, that is kinda, actually, entirely suspicious, because someone didn't have access to her room.
Don't bother trying to play dumb.
Or did she?
Or did she? Oh no, true. True. She has
That
the
key is
skeleton
just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just...
I do think that's part of it, Makoto. I do think you want to defend her. Because if I were you, I would want to defend her, because she had pretty much been your only real ally for a lot of this.
There's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue? Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko... She killed someone? For me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
Really?
Kyoko.
But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Byakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? Make your argument. When the body was found.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Yeah,
Master would never hide something from me.
it must have been him.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Well, I certainly don't think it's when the body was found.
No.
I need to pick up something in there. Hey, Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean... Oh, now you're falling into
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
What do I pick up here?
You should understand that more than anyone here.
Would be not the killer?
Byakuya, what are
Can
you
that
hiding?
refute anything?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
There's proof?
Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence and then left the locker key in my own room. But could I really have done that?
Would it be left the locker key on... There's proof?
Makes sense to me,
Those words
Walt.
you just spoke.
Exactly. I'm not the. You should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never.
there's proof that you... Is that what you're...
You stated a theory. You said I hid the evidence of my crime and then left the locker
No,
key
no, no,
in
no, no.
my
Okay.
own room.
God damn it.
Correct?
No, no, no. I know it was wrong. I know it was wrong. I know it was wrong. I know it was wrong.
Those words...
Dang.
What do you mean?
Exactly. I'm not the. You should understand.
Byakuya,
Master would never.
there's proof that
Byakuya.
you... Is that what you're...
You stated a.
You said I hid the evidence of my and then left the locker key in my own room.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Correct.
Okay.
But could I really have done that?
Oh, okay. Okay. Slow down.
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I.
I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never,
never
hide something from me.
There's proof that
There's
you
proof?
aren't the...
Okay.
No, that's wrong.
We're about there.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Not right.
Why not?
Unless she just didn't think to do it.
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if
So
I
you
had the key
did
to
it.
your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No. That's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this
This just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie?
You're the only other one that knows, Makoto.
Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever. Now that, the way she said that does imply that she is the killer, because she says, if you vote for me and I die here. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind is laying for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko. But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I... The mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here, right now,
Okay.
whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie.
For the fun little bad ending, pursue the lie.
Okay.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
I've been told when we follow this and finish it out, it'll take us right back to that choice.
Okay.
Isn't that
Let's see
right?
what
Otherwise,
happens.
we're gonna be doing a lot of clicking.
Yeah. Yeah.
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko is definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden.
Okay, this one's relatively simple, I think. We'll see.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya.
That's true.
There's no doubt about that,
That is
right?
true.
You are correct.
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
No, that's wrong.
Okay, let's see this.
I have a skeleton key.
No. Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can help me a lot in the school.
The mouse tool.
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing—
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Huh? Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished. The class trial is all over.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out. So
Syndication,
then,
man.
it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you.
Monster Jam
But I
starting
guess we
soon.
already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Didn't even give me the selector to try.
Mm-mm. Good job. You got it right. Brilliantly right.
We got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
I've prepared an extra special punishment this time. Is everyone ready? Okay then!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I also don't think I ever did this on my first playthrough, so I'm excited to see it. I only found out about it while looking at like the answers for the class trial. Animating a complete bad end punishment is pretty crazy, though.
Yeah. I'm assuming there aren't any others for other trials where there are like... Yeah, I was about to say where there are red herring... what do you call them?
Nope.
Blackens.
Just this one.
Dang!
Yeah. You'll see why once we get past the execution.
Is that sex ed?
On the board?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe when my Kyoko is kiri-kiri'd.
And that's how the class trial of Mukuroi Kasaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent or... Regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. Peace. But only inside the school. Toko fucking died?! Peace. Only for us. That was the only hope we had. Hope. Hope. Hope? This is hope?
No!
Wildly
this isn't
cursed,
right.
huh?
That's crazy. Yakuya holding the blackout picture. Like, don't get me wrong.
Toko.
Both Makoto and Hiro having kids with Hino, which is what he predicted, by the way.
Also, I will also
funny.
tell you, you might have missed that Byakuya also had a child with
Yep, there was a little Byakuya-ling, wasn't there?
Yes.
But, first of all, that's crazy because... Hiro did say that was going to happen in his prediction thing, but also at the same time, even though that's funny, I don't know why, but Byakuya holding Toko's blacked out photo is like the craziest part of all that.
What happened to her?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? There's no other class trial. What happened to her?
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Her claim? Oh, that's right, I have to... Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not?
Okay, the correct thing will be to let it go.
I was about to say, if it were me, she's my queen. I don't want it.
I want to know what runaway does, but I don't know what that does, so...
Monokuma just kills you.
Probably.
She's not wrong. I have to think about this very carefully. What do? I have to decide right here and right now whether or not I expose Kyoko's lie. Nah.
I got her back. I love you in every universe, Kyoko. Burn. I love you in every universe, Burn.
I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone.
Well, I do actually think she might kill someone to, like, protect you. I do think that is true, but...
There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the Mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
Yes.
I see. So you still refuse to accept it.
How do we get out of this, then?
I suppose we
Or
have
is
to
she
admit
just
that
not the true
Kyoko
Blackwing?
didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
And Monokuma just wants us to pick her to get rid of her.
But who else could it have been?
I don't know.
mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't
There's still
possibly
someone
have
that
killed
didn't have an
anyone,
alibi.
Or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of.
Monokuma.
Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene,
Beatrice, the
pretended
Golden
to
Witch.
find it there.
What?
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you?
I'm gonna let it get to it. Yeah.
Let it pan up, yep.
Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
That's a new sprite.
Yeah,
What do you mean
frazzled
time's up?
Makoto.
There's no time's up. Since when?
Monster Jam is happening
Yes, we were
soon.
late, so we had to push back the start time. So
ABC
then
won't
it's
let us go
time
past
for
our end
voting
time.
Okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
I don't know what
Voting
network
time.
Monster Jam airs on.
Yes, it did. Cartoon Network, actually.
That would go. I would love that, man. Yeah. How many mono coins?
Not even gonna
Dummy.
show the vote. 96.
Oh, yeah.
That's less than we've got in the past. Unless
Yeah.
not a shot as
Well,
many white statements.
I think there just wasn't enough. There wasn't as much stuff. There was no closing
True.
argument.
The right choice?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah, we started it at around 9
dreadfully
p.m. and so it's
wrong
been less than
one.
half an hour.
A very short one.
Hey, hold on! What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
I wonder. Just keep in mind that at this point forward, we're in the good ending.
What? Well, I mean, it very well could have been Makoto because, again, he's completely leaving out that whole time when he was blacked out. You think I'm the killer?
Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all your fault.
Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone.
Good job.
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right.
No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills! Chills!
It's time time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment.
Wait, why do I... Dang.
Oh.
Kyoko!
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Bye, Makoto. What about the mono coins? Is anyone gonna take them, or like, are they up for
I
grabs?
bequeath all my mono coins to Kyoko. She can... Is it just the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so take a look at the board again. Take a look at the board.
Okay.
When it shows up this time.
Bink.
This does imply also that perhaps there never has been... Oh, no. It looks different this time.
Huh.
Fine. Maybe it changed.
Well, we have the VOD, so I can go back and look later.
But this does imply that the trials may perhaps just be arbitrary, and there never actually was any truth to selecting the Blackens.
Maybe.
Unless the board might change. He might have written something different on it.
Maybe.
But also, I do think we have selected all the correct ones just through our deduction this whole time, because usually they've admitted to it by the end. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, there, see?
Oh! Yep, I'd be seeing that. I'd be
Yeah.
seeing that. That's pretty wild, and... That's what a thing to be hearing about from your bare headmaster before you get squished.
Yeah. Alter Ego? Why didn't Alter Ego save Kyoko? Why did... I guess that was in the eyes of the game. That was technically a vision, huh? It was like a fake out because they were like, I'm spacing out. Well, bye bye.
Whee!
I thought Alter Ego was dead, man. They're living in the mainframe. They escaped.
That's darn right,
They're
man.
part of the network now.
Huh? Huh? What's this? What's going on?
Now the real game starts.
Hey, was that?
Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter Ego. Alter Ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell! I don't believe this!
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No. You miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us.
Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's an even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah. Oh, and he's gone. Just like that.
Yep.
Temporarily
Is he-
protagonistless?
Gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words...
Now, it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. We're back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Welcome back to Chapter 1. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop to the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school, filled with the ultimate students, was me.
Green.
What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but nothing.
Were you zonking off
Nope.
in that corner, Makoto?
What was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom. Calm down. It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. And then...
Giant disconnect. Last thing we got was I was awake.
Oh, okay. Well, I just started dreaming, or reading, or was this just another dream? Because
It was really funny.
Well, look at that thing over there, and I said the Monokuma, and then we both sat in silence for like 5 seconds.
Well, we didn't sit in silence. Your internet disconnected you from everything.
Let me make sure
it was really, it was really, really funny because all you said was the unknown, and then it stopped.
I got taken to the unknown, bro.
Yes, you got back rooms. I think we're good now because my stream's running.
Yeah, the stream's still fine on my screen. So
It did stop because I have it on my dual monitor, so the stream did stop right when you said the unknown. But it's back now. Anyway, yes, I was gonna say look at the thing on the right, the Monokuma.
Actually, I'm not sure if we are good because I've got the audio going right now and the audio's freaking out.
What?
The audio is clipping in and out.
Why?
I don't know. Wait. Hello?
I'm not having any issues on Discord. Normally that's how I know something's going amiss.
The stream audio is just not going for me.
Weird.
Do you have the stream turned up?
No.
Turn it up for a second and listen to it. Because I need to see if you're hearing what I'm hearing.
Sounds clean to me.
You're hearing everything we're saying?
Yeah.
One second. Let me go out of the stream and back into it then. Because I need to see if you're hearing what I'm...
Yeah, no, I could hear everything.
Maybe that was just my phone then doing that.
Maybe.
Sounds clean to me. You're hearing everything we're saying. Okay. Yeah, no, it sounds better now for me. Okay, so my phone must have also gotten affected by whatever it was then. Dang. Okay, we're good.
Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties. You know how the unknown be like that.
Yep. We get to the unknown and it immediately tries to murder our stream.
Anyway, yeah, look at the Monokuma over there.
Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. What if you just have a vivid imagination?
I was in a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there until I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me.
How defiant.
And he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. You don't know that part. You don't know that, but... So I can't give up now. For myself, and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. I'm in the walls. First up was to start looking for a way out of here.
I would like to say he must be really lucky, which I guess that's his thing, right? That he didn't land on like something that would have impaled him. Yeah.
He's the ultimate lucky student.
Yeah.
Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? This is a desk and a miniature chair. It's probably the one that fell down here with me.
Weird.
That's a rocket and a tank. I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Just those two things.
And the door, yeah. With giant keyhole in the middle of the doors. Very, like, Super Mario.
Yeah. It's locked.
Jump through it like a painting.
No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. Oh!
Trash food.
There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next I searched for some water.
Rotten water.
How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around a bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up, because I'm still alive! As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was... go to sleep.
Dang.
My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left. Makoto's got me yawning.
Yeah.
After not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep.
Full day?
It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. Don't. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Gut crunch. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
No way. I was gonna joke and say, what if Kyoko got in a trash bag and came down here? No
Well, guess
way.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
But
It smells
What?
awful.
Naruto? This place smells awful. Kyoko!
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you.
I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair.
She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey,
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished.
Awesome.
Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. Oh, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going.
So you still haven't given up then?
Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm? Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at.
Do I just talk to you again? Okay. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or... no. To atone.
Atone?
you...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything.
So, you knew that I knew? Well, yeah, she told you, to your face, directly.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you.
Don't say that! You didn't abandon me!
No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive no matter the cost.
Oh, yeah? Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do.
What?
I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason.
Okay. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least, I did. Once.
Once?
Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was.
You forgot? But that's...
I had no memory of what my purpose was.
No memory? That's impossible!
Huh? Amnesia?
Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school?
The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too. And when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was.
But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient.
Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory.
But why would they want to do that?
There's only one reason I could come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans.
So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow, my memories may be connected to the mystery of this school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time.
But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you? Probably because she can't be sure if she can trust you. And you doing that for her just now proved that she can trust you.
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right?
The mastermind. One of us? If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me.
But why me?
You look the most gullible. No. Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but
I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand.
Unless you are.
I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
it's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, it's nothing. You should tell her about the nothing.
It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced.
Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability.
You mentioned your ability.
My ability. What everyone should have known me for.
I knew it was gonna be the ultimate detective, bro! She really is just Erika Furudo in another world.
It's, what's the thing I always think about? I almost give it away every time because the word for detective in Japanese is Kyoko Suiri, and her name is Kyoko.
Yeah.
So,
I knew
it's kind of the world's worst kept secret. But yeah.
I'm the ultimate detective.
The ultimate detective?
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school.
You had to find someone? Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster?
Because he's my father.
What?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak.
Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved.
I'll find a way. No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
no matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko? What's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him.
That makes sense.
However,
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room.
Then, what did you see in there? Was he dead?
so,
No.
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there.
You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found.
But why there?
Because I also found this in the headmaster's room.
This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room.
So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors.
So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean.
It's hard to describe. All I can say is,
I...
the moment I saw it, I realized. Whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined.
What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough.
It sounds like it must be important. And really ominous. One more time?
However...
Of course, once I... okay. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building.
It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, right? Or doesn't it? I don't...
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either.
Well, it might have actually been Makoto. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then, who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed.
Get you killed? And I suppose, Makoto, with how much work you've been doing as well, it probably would have been good just to have you killed too.
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial.
It was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that was Kyoko.
The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly.
You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly.
With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it.
The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
What's that?
There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto.
I could have become the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Do you mean during the night?
I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death.
What?
I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
She unlocked her ultimate ability and now she's talking weird, bro.
Anyway...
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room, and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. That means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So, what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person.
Hero was right.
God damn it. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair?
It would seem...
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this.
Oh my god.
That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Chapter 5, 100 Mile Dash. Pain of a junk flood. Junk food junkie, not flood, sorry. Over.
Yeah.
To be continued.
Now no longer 7 question mark. You received the Dream Island rocket present. Yes.
Oh, you got it from the trash.
5 Alive. Finished chapter 7. That's the name of the
Yippee!
All right.
Yeah, that's probably the point.
It's a good enough point to end it, yeah, at a chapter turnover.
Mm-hmm.
Let's save her up.
Didn't expect that, did ya?
I didn't know how it was going to go after we didn't say how Kyoko could have done it. I'm not going to lie. I did not think Alter Ego was going to save us of all things.
Right.
But I figured that I thought it was going to go either one of two ways. It was either going to be the ultimate bait and switch and Makoto was just actually going to die and then like we were going to play from Kyoko's perspective for the rest of the game. Or he was going to live somehow. And obviously he lived somehow.
Yeah, forget it, man. That was not just a Deus Ex Machina. That was a Deus Machina. That was a God machine. Yeah. It was a Deus Machina, Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
I'm going cross-eyed.
I was going to hope it was going to be Kyoko so it would be perfect.
He's looking at you. Do you see that?
He is. It's that jealousy.
Yeah.
Makoto's the man Byakuya wants to be.
You think so?
No.
I was gonna say.
I think Makoto's better at solving mysteries than Byakuya is, but I do not think Byakuya wants to be Makoto. I don't.
Yeah. But hey, that's pretty good. Got through the trial, lickety split, easy peasy, no problem.
Yeah.
Just a lot of mysteries left. We're starting to unravel them though. It's all starting to come together.
Coming together, and now that Kyoko knows who she is and why she is here, things might just start being a little bit easier.
It's true. And by Thursday, this coming Thursday, maybe we'll finally finish Danganronpa.
Really?
We're going into the final chapter.
Wow. All right. Well, what else do we got going on for the rest of the week for 2-6?
Nothing. I quit. I don't know. No video. Check out the repo video if you haven't already from yesterday. Nothing tomorrow. Tuesday, I will stream Dark Souls 2, I swear. The only reason I didn't is because I was working on the repo video. So, Dark Souls 2 on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, podcast. And then Thursday, more Danganronpa.
Yeah.
So yeah. Don't forget, like the stream, comment on the VOD what your favorite subject in school was or is. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's really all I can think about.
Okay. We'll see you next time then, guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.